Let's say the pledge this morning, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As announced by the bailiff, my name is Bill Reinhardt. I'm a judge here in the Irwin Superior Court handling the matters on this criminal calendar this morning. We got a good crowd. This is, of course, an open courtroom to all the public. It's small, though, this courtroom, so if you need to talk, that's fine. Just please step outside, ladies and gentlemen. You can come and go as much as you want, but if you're trying to talk out here in the gallery, it's terribly distracting down here in this part of the working part of the courtroom. So thank you in advance for that. Please, I'm going to ask the jury to join us in just a minute. Please don't undertake any movements or anything like that, or talking's a good example. It would be distracting to the jury. I'm going to ask those folks to give us their undivided attention to what's going on right down here throughout this trial. And if you're doing something that grabs their attention, it defeats the purpose of why we're here. Y'all will help us with that. I don't know where that's coming from. Thank y'all. Okay, both sides ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ask the jury to join us, please. So got all of them in here? Okay. So they're going to read that computer screen. But, okay, that'll be fine. Morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you'll raise your right hand for me. Let me administer the trial oath to you. You shall well and truly try the issues borne upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Ryan Alexander Duke, who is charged with 1 count of malice murder, 2 counts of felony murder, 1 count of aggravated assault, 1 count of burglary, and 1 count of concealing the death of another, and a true verdict give according to the evidence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So help you God. Please be seated. All right. I think we've worked out our first day logistical issues. Thank y'all for being out at the canning plant, I guess it was, on time. So we're ready to get going this morning. I think I asked on Thursday was the last time I've seen y'all. Maybe a couple of people have served on the jury before. For those of you that haven't, I want to give you some brief introduction to some of our laws that will apply to you in this case. And give you a heads up about how this case will proceed. As you know, Mr. Ryan Alexander Duke is charged in case number 2017 CR 027 with the crimes that I have just gone over. This indictment, ladies and gentlemen, is no evidence of any guilt, of course, on the part of Mr. Duke. He sits in this courtroom presumed innocent of these charges this morning, and you should draw no inference of any guilt on his part simply because he's been charged in this indictment. He has entered his plea of not guilty to these charges, and that's why you're here. That's what you're asked to resolve for us, the issues formed between these charges and his plea of not guilty. The state has what we call the burden of proof, ladies and gentlemen, in every criminal case. They have to prove their case to you, what we call beyond a reasonable doubt, in order to rebut his presumption of innocence in this case. And they will do that through the presentation of evidence. The state must prove every essential element of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And the burden of proof in a criminal case, ladies and gentlemen, never shifts to a defendant to introduce evidence of innocence or prove that he's not guilty. That burden is on the state. If evidence does arise that the defendant intends to rebut, he doesn't have to testify, he doesn't have to present any evidence. But if he does, the burden is on the state to negate that. But he's under no duty whatsoever to introduce evidence. Now, in this case, ladies and gentlemen, everybody has their role, okay? The prosecution team here, of course, will present the case on behalf of the state. Mr. Duke's attorneys will present and advocate on his behalf. My job is just a referee, okay? I'm just here to make sure we get a fair trial and that y'all are properly instructed on the law in this case that you're to apply to the facts as you find them. I have no interest in the outcome of this case at all, other than it be fairly tried, okay? That's up to you. And your verdict, ladies and gentlemen, the oath I just gave you requires that you decide this case on the evidence, okay? And evidence is two things, and two things only. What you hear out of this chair, right here, this witness chair, the evidence that will come to you in oral testimony from the people that are brought in here, sworn to tell the truth, and testify to you, that is evidence, okay? The only other type of evidence is what we call exhibits, tangible things you can touch, photographs. I'll hear the case just like you do. I'm not sure exactly what all the evidence will be. But that's what you're to base your verdict upon. Evidence. Evidence is not this indictment, as I've said. Evidence is not his plea of not guilty. You're about to hear the opening statements of the attorneys, ladies and gentlemen. That's not evidence. The questions the lawyers pose to these witnesses, that's not evidence. And the closing remarks that they will make to you after the evidence is closed at the end of the trial are not evidence. The evidence is those two things and two things only, the oral testimony and the exhibits that you will have. As soon as I finish up these brief comments, ladies and gentlemen, you will hear the opening statements from the lawyers. The opening statements, like I said, are not evidence, but they're both sides' opportunity to tell you what they believe the evidence is going to be and what they think you're going to hear in this case. It's not the opportunity for them to argue their case, but just give you sort of a roadmap that they believe you're going to hear throughout the trial and through the evidence that is presented. The state, having the burden of proof, they go first, okay? And when Ms. Hart makes her opening and concludes that, the defense can make an opening if they want to at that time. They can make an opening statement after the close of the state's evidence if they want to. But at the conclusion of the opening statements, I'm going to tell Ms. Hart to please call your first witness, okay? And that's when the evidence will present. At some point, the state will say, "Judge, we rest." And at that point, that will be when the state has presented all the evidence they want you to consider. And I'll ask the defense at that time if they want to present any evidence. As I say, they don't have to. A defendant in a criminal case is not required to testify or present any evidence at all. That's his constitutional right, okay? And yours and mine and everybody's in this country. Because the burden of proof lays squarely with the state, all right? Depending on how that all winds up, the lawyers at the end of the evidence will come back and make their closing arguments to you, try to sway your minds to one side or the other of the case. And then at that time, and at that time only, you'll be asked to step back and begin your deliberations. A couple of things I want you to remember as we move through this case. I've cautioned y'all about talking to anybody about the case, watching any news coverage about the case. That applies to all of you as a group too. When we take a break, I served on the jury years ago before I became a judge. So I know how testy it can be, or how easy it would be to, when you take a recess, you're back there in the jury room and say, "Hey, golly, what do you think about that testimony?" Don't do that. Your deliberations, don't talk about the case at all. Your deliberations are only to commence when you've heard all the evidence and closing arguments and the law that I'll give you, okay? When we start the evidence, ladies and gentlemen, we'll try to go about an hour, hour and 15 minutes maybe, so you can stretch and take a bathroom break if you need. We'll go to about lunchtime. We'll take a lunch. Usually we're going to try to knock off about 5 o'clock every day, okay? If there's something going on in here, ladies and gentlemen, that is preventing you from paying attention, I need to know about it. This case, of course, is very important to both sides. And I have to demand that you give it your full attention while you're here, and I know you'll do that. So if you can't hear, sometimes back there in the back corner, people, when they testify, ladies and gentlemen, it's very common and understandable. Their voices will drop sometimes. If you get to where you can't hear, please just raise your hand or something, okay? That's part of my job. I'll be watching and making sure there's nothing going on that's distracting to you in here. The air conditioning, we got to have it, of course, but it runs a little loud sometimes. If you need to take a break, just raise your hand, okay? All right. I noticed the bailiffs provided a pad and pen for you. If you want to take notes, ladies and gentlemen, take notes. If you don't take notes. Whatever, if you do, your records or your notes will be yours. They will not become a part of the permanent record in this case, and they'll be destroyed. As a matter of fact, at the end of the trial, you can share your notes if you make them. Don't share your notes. Whatever you want to do. But don't do this. I used to watch a lot of those crazy news shows at night, and they'd always have somebody on the television screen talking, and then the words, going along the bottom of the screen. Well, I couldn't do both at one time. Don't take notes so frantically, is my point, that it prevents you from watching and listening to the witnesses, okay? Your job is to decide many things, and one of which, very important, is the credibility of the witnesses. I'll charge you at the end of the case that the credibility or believability of the witnesses presented to you is totally up to you, okay? But you should do that by listening to their testimony and watching them as they present themselves before you, okay? That's the whole point of bringing people in here to give their testimony, okay? All right, with those instructions then,
if Your Honor, please indicate earlier that you might want to hold jury's warning.
Let me ask y'all this as a group. Has anybody try to talk to them about this case or watched any podcast, or I think you listen to podcasts, don't you? Watched any television about this case? Good deal. Just checking with you. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Just we have just on had some technical difficulties and lost some changes we discussed. Got on this day. It'll be 2 seconds.
I want to make sure you guys here can see the witness's face. Y'all will get sort of lined up here, so I'll check with you about that after we get started. Was that a pretty good place to look up this morning? Nobody had any trouble finding it or getting it? Good deal.
Probably we also request to check, make sure the monitors are working in the jury box. They may not be turned on.
Okay. Ms. Portier, will you check those? Thank you. Those on, ladies and gentlemen, your monitors. All right, good. Thank you. All right, can you proceed, Ms. Hart?
Judge, may I turn this around so that I can see it? Or see you're on it? I didn't know if you had another one over there or not. Getting it open right now, Judge. And if not, I'll go forward without it. Okay, that's your Bailey. I do need you actually. Just stay there for a second. When it pulls up Alexander Duke is our opening, and then once it's Ryan Duke confessed to the murder of Tara Grinstead. Throughout the course of this trial, I anticipate the evidence will show that Mr. Duke confessed to the murder of Tara Grinstead over and over again, with his words, with his actions, with his DNA, with his prints. He confessed. And throughout this trial, I'm going to ask you to keep that in mind. Now, before we talk about the defendant's confession, we need to start back in 2005. October of 2005, to be specific. Tara Grinstead lived here in Phillip, 300 Park Street. You'll hear that on the last day of her life, she spent the majority of the day helping others get ready for the Sweet Potato Festival pageant that was coming up that evening. She spent her day doing that at her home. You'll hear from at least one of the pageant girls, she's now an adult, who spent her day with Tara Grinstead. And during that day, after she had helped all of the girls get ready, she went to the pageant herself. You'll be able to see a picture of Miss Grinstead. As far as we know, the last picture that exists of her is taken on the evening of the Sweet Potato pageant. You'll be able to see the clothing that she wore. And I anticipate the evidence will show that after the Sweet Potato pageant, she stops by a friend's residence, speaks with him outside for a few moments. His name is Rhett. I anticipate we'll hear from Mr. Roberts. She then goes to a barbecue at Troy Davis' home. Now, Troy Davis, as some of you may know, was the former superintendent at that time. He was working down in Helms County, but they still lived here. Because of her job with the school, she had gotten to know Mr. Davis. Thank you. Best laid plans, right? We tested this on Friday. You'll hear that she at the barbecue for some time. This is the picture that you'll see of Miss Grinstead. Again, I believe the last picture that's taken of her. This is also, you'll see, from the pageant itself. Now, you'll hear that she goes to this barbecue at Mr. Davis' house. His wife is there, some other friends are there, and she stays until sometime in the afternoon. This was the day, October, in South Georgia, folks were watching the Georgia game. So some of them had very particular memories about times, and you'll hear from them. You'll hear that when she leaves, that Mr. Davis walks her out to her car, tells her goodbye. To our knowledge, he is the last person to see her alive other than Ryan Duke. She goes home. No one hears from her again. You'll hear on October 23rd, 2005, which is the day after the Sweet Potato pageant, no one can find her. Now these are records of some phones that the caller ID that you'll hear about. You've heard us ask some questions about when we used to have home phones. She had a home phone. And when they arrived and checked her caller ID, what they learned was that people were desperate to find her. You'll see that among other things, Heath Dykes calls her at 8:23, at 9:45, at Just after midnight at 12:33, he calls her 3 different times. But he's not the only one who's desperate to find her. Her mother, Tara Grinstead, whose fate has now passed away. But at the time, she and Mr. Dykes had been communicating, and neither one of them could find Tara. Miss Fay is calling. Well, these aren't the only phone calls you'll see, but these are the people who we know were trying desperately to find Tara. Because at this point, by the time that Mr. Dykes is calling her at 12:30 in the morning, she's not been heard from for over 24 hours. Now you'll hear that Mr. Dykes and Tara Grinstead had a romantic relationship. You'll also hear that he was married. At the time, and still does, he worked for the city of Perry. He had known Tara Grinstead before he was married. They grew up in the same area. And they at some point had started a romantic relationship. And Mr. Dykes, when he testifies, will talk to you about that. He actually drove to her residence. Those phone calls that you see that are back to back to back. He's outside. He'll tell you he's outside knocking on her window. Because at this point they've become so desperate, no one's heard from her for 24 hours. And they're not just calling his phone, they're calling her cell phone too. You even get to hear the recordings on her answering machine, in which Mr. Dykes goes from upset that she's not calling him back to desperate. Her mother is calling and leaving messages because no one can find her. And then you'll hear about the morning of October 24th. This was a Monday morning. And on October 24th, Tara didn't show up for work. She didn't call in. She didn't show up. And so now we not only have Heath Dykes and her mother trying to find her, but we also have Joe Portier, her neighbor. Actually, I believe Mr. Portier calls her twice that morning. Because at this point, she failed to show up. We all know how a small town works. She doesn't show up for work. So people start calling around to people, someone who may know where she is. Because this was not the kind of person she was, to just not show up and leave her kids there in the rain. You'll hear about various people going to her house to try to find her. One of them is a lady, at the time, her name was Dina Harper. She's now Dina Causey. Miss Causey at the time was married to the father of Tara's old boyfriend. Everyone's heard about the relationship that she had with Marcus Harper, and you'll hear about that throughout the trial. Dina was Marcus's stepmother. Marcus's father has now passed away, and Miss Dina has remarried. But they all go over. So Joe Portier, Dina Harper, these various people who are friends of hers show up at her house to see if they can find her. Because now, again, they realize no one's heard from her in over 24 hours. Joe Portier and his wife, Myrtle, have a key to her residence. They're neighbors, they're friendly. At this point, Tara is living alone in Ocilla. You'll hear evidence that the reason she ended up here was that her father and stepmother were living here for a time period, and she did her student teaching here. And she loved it, and she stayed. When they had to move away from Mr. Grinstead's work, she stayed and got her own place. And that's how she ended up living alone. This is a woman who's under the age of 30, living alone in a residence, no family in the community, and the neighbors essentially adopt her. Both of them. Now, you won't hear from Miss Myrtle. She unfortunately has suffered some medical issues and is currently in a nursing home. She's alive, but she's not in a position that she can testify. But you will hear from Mr. Portier. And you'll hear about how they go into the house to see if maybe Tara's in there. And what they find is that her cell phone is still there, and there's no sign of her. They can't find a purse. But I anticipate the evidence will show she can go anywhere. Even back in 2005, she can go anywhere without her cell phone. So they call law enforcement. You'll hear from several of the officers who are the first to arrive. First being Chief Phillip himself. And when Chief arrives, again, they've gone into a residence. I anticipate you'll see this is what her living room looks like on the morning of October 24th. Nothing seemed out of place. And they begin looking further into her house. And what they find on her kitchen table is a copy of that program from the sweet potato pageant. Now, I anticipate the evidence will show that's important because what that tells us is she made it home. Somewhere between Troy Davis' home, the barbecue, she made it home. They also, in searching her room, find the clothes she was wearing that evening. The shoes on the floor, the clothes piled on top of some other things. Now, I'll go ahead and tell you, that morning, the law enforcement who shows up didn't know that's what she was wearing the night before. They were at the sweet potato pageant. But we later learned through the investigation, when she's not found, that her clothes that she wore there. Again, I anticipate that will become important because, again, we know she made it home. She's out of her clothing from that evening. Now, at this point, Tara Grinstead is simply a missing person. I anticipate you'll hear evidence that many thought that Tara had run away. In the beginning, there was concern. She had had some tumultuous relationships. You'll hear about Heath Dykes. I anticipate you'll hear some about Marcus Harper. You'll hear that she and Marcus had broken up, and she was not okay with that. And some people thought she just ran away. But others will tell you, I anticipate, that this wasn't something she would have done. So law enforcement are left to try to figure out what's going on, to look at the clues in front of them. And the biggest clue that you'll hear about is this glove. Now I anticipate you'll see that this is the actual glove as it was found the morning of October 24th, 2005. It's translucent, just a regular old latex glove. But it's laying in her front yard. It's laying in her front yard, and you'll see in one of the pictures, and you'll be able to see throughout this case, that it's not right near the door, it's on the other side of the walkway. Portier will tell you he saw it when he approached the residence, didn't touch it. Chief Hancock will tell you that he sees it. When Chief Hancock arrives and realizes this is actually going to be something they need to look into, he calls the then lead investigator, Bill Bars. And Bill Bars is the one who collects this glove. You'll hear from him. He still works at the Sheriff's Department. He's an SRA now. He collects this glove, and it later gets turned over to the GBI. This will wind up being one of the key pieces of evidence that you hear. They also later discover that the comforter on her bed has blood. Now, I don't anticipate you will hear anyone tell you whether or not this is blood from a wound or menstrual blood. But it's a clue. It's something that they have that they need to look at. Because the issue they had going into this case is, as you saw in some of the pictures, and you'll see throughout the course of this trial, her bedroom was a mess. But she had teenage girls and younger girls in and out of her room all day, trying on her jewelry, using her makeup, trying on her own dresses. So law enforcement is left to determine, look, has there been a struggle? Has someone rifled through her things? Or is this just a bunch of girls getting ready for a pageant, leaving a mess behind? So they have to try and put these clues together. One of the clues that you'll hear about comes from her caller ID. Now you've already heard me talk about it. You'll hear about a caller ID from the 23rd and the 24th. This is a picture of her phone, as it was on the morning of 24th. You'll hear that when Bill Bars arrives, the phone portion of handset is actually on the floor in the bathroom. He picks it up to try to call someone to see if they know where she is. And then he places it back on the handset. So this picture is taken by the GBI after it's been placed back on the handset. You'll see other pictures of it on the floor in the background with your bars to. But there's caller ID that's built into that handset. And one of the things that GBI agents do when they get there is to check the caller ID. And one particular call stands out. It's a call that reads North Coast Pay. That's not something that we normally would think of. It wasn't a person. It wasn't Heath Dykes. It wasn't Tara Grinstead. North Coast Pay. And the agents had a belief at that point that this would be from a payphone. Through their investigation, I anticipate you'll see they were right. Came from a payphone right around the corner here. It's now G&G. I think it was the Swifty Mark back in 2005. And so, among the other things, they start tracking down phone records. They track down Tara's phone records, Heath Dykes' phone records, Marcus's phone records, and they track down the records of North Coast Pay. And what they find in North Coast Pay is that at a time that matches her caller ID, there's a call made to 411. Now, those call records, there's actually two numbers. There's an 800 number, and there's 229-555-1212. Now, for those who don't remember a time before 411, which is most probably everybody in the jury, I anticipate you'll hear that that's the number you call for directory assistance before we had 411 as the shortcut. So now, the agents know, in the course of this investigation, they're learning that someone has called her the morning of October 23rd, someone who had to use 411 to get her number, and they called from the payphone just right around the corner. That is also going to be a pivotal piece of evidence in this case. You'll hear from law enforcement who will talk about what they refer to as guilty knowledge. And I anticipate what they'll tell you is guilty knowledge is something that law enforcement specifically holds back from the public. They keep that close to their chest. Because generally, only one person is going to know about that guilty knowledge. And that's the person who made that phone call. And so for over a decade, this phone call is kept private. At some point, because of people talking and people being swabs over the years, people find out, the community finds out that this glove has DNA on it. Another piece of guilty knowledge that is kept back, and you'll hear about this, is that that glove didn't just have the DNA of one person, but it had two. What they do is they submit all the evidence they can to the crime line. One of them being the company. I've already told you this, but they actually scientifically tested it. It was, in fact, Tara's DNA. And you'll hear that. And you'll see this glove. And I'll tell you, back in 2005, you'll hear that the crime lab came up with a pretty impressive way of handling this. You'll hear testimony that generally, on a piece of evidence, you have to choose. You can either try and get prints, or you can try and get what we refer to as touch DNA. Touch DNA is not, you don't usually have as many cells, for instance, is what they'll tell you, the scientists will tell you, as you do with bodily fluids, semen, saliva, those sorts of things. Touch DNA is exactly what it sounds like. If I touch something and I create enough friction, my DNA can get left behind. And in 2005, touch DNA was something that the crime lab in Georgia was familiar with, but their science at the time was not sensitive enough to always see touch DNA. Obviously, things have progressed since then. But they devised plan. He and agents from the GBI, and what they decide to do is they're going to try and do both. They're going to try and get prints and get DNA. So they take this glove. Well, you'll notice the glove appears to have been worn. They take it and they turn it the right side out, and they cut it into pieces. And what they do is the portions that they believe are most likely to find prints, those go to the latent print examiners. That means the finger and the palm. And the portion across the middle of the hand gets sent to DNA. Now again, in 2005, you'll hear this was pretty novel. That's what they did. You'll hear that they were not, they weren't very positive about the idea of finding DNA that they were going to try. And as it turns out, they were successful. You'll hear from the original latent print examiner, the glove is now pink. You'll hear that that's because of chemicals they have to apply. Latent prints, as they'll describe to you, are ones that are not visible to the naked eye. So they have to try and use a chemical to lift those so you can see them. They'll explain it much better than I do. They're scientists. But that's why the glove is now pink. And you'll hear him talk about that back then, in 2005, he identified one print that he believed was suitable for comparison. That's the words they use. We don't have anybody to compare it yet to, but when we find somebody, when we find a suspect, we think that this print is good enough to compare. They also send it to DNA. And what they find out, as I've already told you, there were two DNAs on this glove. First is Tara Grinstead. The second is an unknown male. And for decades, that's all we know. From October of 2005 until February 22nd of 2017, Tara Grinstead is officially listed as a missing person. I anticipate you'll hear that at some point her parents or family may have had to declare dead, but the GBI's case was for a missing person. But on February 22nd, 2017, everything changed. It just occurred to me, I think this is on silent. Judge, am I good to continue with that noise, or?
What's going on there?
Judge, this is unfortunately your system is on and it's causing feedback when I turn mine. Your system is on. It's causing feedback.
Before I continue, may we approach for just a moment?
Sure.
Thank you.
think our system must be turned off, Judge. So I'll keep going. You'll hear Ryan Duke, in his own words, describe how he broke into her residence. In his words, he was going through her purse, and she surprised him. So he just reacted and turned around and hit her. She died. And I'll tell you, his response was to run. He later comes back where that phone call comes in. He admits he's the one that made that phone call. He calls the house to see if anyone's there before he comes back. And again, something's wrong with the audio this morning with a bunch of stuff. But you'll be able not only to hear him say that, but to watch him in his own words. He'll tell law enforcement how this has been weighing on him, that he knows he should have come forward. He knows he should have done his best to give answers to this family. You'll have a chance to see him and make your own decision about this statement. You'll hear from him out of his own words, confessing to her murder. You'll see him on video confessing to her murder. And you'll see it in his own handwriting, confessing to her murder. Words are useless, but I am burdened with the guilt of murdering Miss Grinstead. I don't feel like I deserve to be free to breathe. I can't begin to comprehend the pain I have caused to her family and loved ones. I don't feel like I need to live with the pain I have caused. And he goes on. You'll have a chance to see that document that he wrote. Again, confessing to the murder of Tara Grinstead. He confesses that he's the one that brought the glove. The glove you'll hear about that has DNA, Tara Grinstead's DNA. He says that when he left her, when he ran, after she's on the ground, that he goes home and he gets the glove, or gloves. He keeps them at his residence for when he changes his kitty litter. And he brings the gloves with him, along with a blanket. And he carries her out of her residence and puts her in the truck. Now what you'll hear is that that truck belonged to his best friend, Bo Dykes. At the time, he and Bo were living together. Bo was staying at the house with Ryan and Ryan's brother, Stephen Duke. Ryan, in his interview, actually says he stole the vehicle. He took the keys out of Bo's pocket. I anticipate the evidence will show that he used that vehicle on a regular basis. So he takes her body, wrapped in a blanket, and carries her to the truck. And on the way, he drops the glove. He admits to being the one who made the phone call. He even knows that it's a 411 call. When they ask him, tell us about the phone call. How did that happen? How did you have her number? I dialed 411. Now remember, the evidence will show that had been kept secret for years. But he knew about it. And he admits to being the one to making that phone call. He then directs them to the place where he says he dumps her body. He confesses to taking her, putting her in this truck, and driving her to a location in Ben Hill County, which is known as Fitzgerald Farms. You'll hear from Randy Hudson, who is the current owner of that property. I believe back in '05 he didn't own the property, he leased it, but his farm was run there. Now I say near the orchard because the evidence will show that initially Ryan dumps her sort of right off the back of the orchard and leaves her there. You'll hear him while they're riding down there giving law enforcement directions to the location. And then when they ride past the area, he'll say, that's around the place where I dumped her body before we got her and cremated her. It's the word that he uses for what they did to her body. Cremated her. And you'll hear him confess that he later goes back and gets his friend, Bo Dukes. You will hear him repeatedly during his confession say that Bo Dukes was never at Tara Grinstead's house. But what happened was after he had dumped her on essentially Bo's family's land. He was familiar with it because he and Bo were best friends and they went and had bonfires out there all the time. And at some point after that, he goes and he gets Bo. And initially, I think he'll tell you, you'll hear in his confession, that Bo didn't really believe him. But finally, he and Bo drive out there. He takes Bo to where her body is. And he'll tell you that Bo and he then take her body and move it to another location in the Pines. You'll see a video of him showing law enforcement trying to locate the place where they, in his words, cremated her. It's changed since then. But he's out there, incidentally, he's handcuffed, smoking a cigarette, walking around in the woods, just fine, trying to show them where he cremated, he and Bo. As a result of his statement to law enforcement, they're able to speak with Randy Hudson, and Randy Hudson will tell you that he remembered a time back in '05 where he was very angry with his nephew, Bo Dukes. Now again, Randy Hudson didn't own the property at the time, but it was his farm, it was his pecan trees. But they didn't burn her in the pecan orchard, they burned her out in the woods near a bunch of pine trees. Now we all know the dangers of doing that in South Georgia. And so when Randy sees that they've been burning something, now obviously he'll tell you he did not know it was a body. He thought they had had one of their bonfires and had just moved it further into the woods. He jumps all over Bo. He fusses at him for having a bonfire in the middle of the woods where it could have caught fire. He fusses at them for taking the pecan wood to make the fire. He'll tell you the pecan wood didn't even belong to his family. It actually belonged to the widow of the gentleman who had owned that property. It was her pecan wood. And he was mad as fire that Bo had gone and taken her pecan wood. And so Randy had a specific memory of that incident. And you'll hear that when law enforcement speak to him about this, he knows exactly where that fire pit was. And he gets them to within, I'm terrible with distances, but I'd say about 10 feet. And they start to dig. And you'll hear about how they came up with this plan, a grid, to continue to dig. Layer by layer, they sifted through the dirt. And as they sifted, if they came up with something that they believed could be bone, it was given to this lady right here, Dr. Alice Gooding. She is a forensic anthropologist, which means that this is what she does for a living. She takes the bones of humans and can identify not just that they're human, but generally what portion of the body they're from. GBI employed her in this case, and you'll get to hear from her. And through that dig, Tara is finally found, piece by piece by piece. Her backbone, her teeth, her fingers, her toes. That's what was left of Tara Grinstead after Bo Dukes and Ryan Duke cremated her. And you'll hear Ryan confess to this. You'll hear from Dr. Alice Gooding, and I anticipate what she'll tell you is that each of the bones that was identified in this case, she can tell you a few things about them. One, they identify human bones. There are some animal bones found. She can separate those out. She identifies human bones. She can tell you they're from an adult. She can tell you they're all from the same adult. And she can tell you that they've been burned. These are the bones that are found where the defendant said, I burned Tara Grinstead's body after I murdered her. But what about the glove we've talked about? I told you earlier, we knew back in 2005 that Tara Grinstead's DNA was on it, as well as an unknown male. Well, in 2017, when Ryan Duke confesses, law enforcement also gets a sample of his DNA. This is the first time he was ever swabbed in this case. And lo and behold, it's his. During the interview, Agent Shadell will ask him, you'll hear it. Now, the DNA on the glove, is that going to be yours? And he says, yes. It should be. And it is. Now, there's a lot more details to this glove. There's DNA on the outside. There's DNA on the inside. They re-swab it in 2015. But the bottom line with the glove is the primary contributor to the glove of DNA is Ryan Duke. And we've had his DNA since 2005. We just didn't know whose it was. And you'll hear in this courtroom, we do now know. He also confesses not just with his DNA, not just with his words, not just with his writing, but with his prints. You'll hear that on the glove, in 2017, after he confesses, they look at the glove, the prints. That particular analyst will tell you that in 2017, she's actually able to identify what she refers to as 3 suitable for comparison prints. But they're actually palm prints, they're not fingerprints. You'll hear, I anticipate you'll hear from the gentleman who only identified 1 print. And I anticipate what he'll tell you is that he was very young and inexperienced in 2005. That he would have erred on the side of caution. But in 2017, when you hear from Jessie Worley, who is an extremely experienced latent print examiner, she identifies 3 prints. And when she compares them to those of Ryan Duke, they match. He confesses with his words. He confesses with his writings. He confesses with his actions by walking them out there and showing them the location. He confesses with his knowledge, the phone call. And he confesses with his DNA and his prints. Over and over and over again during this interview, Ryan Duke admits that he murdered Tara Grinstead in the early morning hours of October 23rd, 2005. Throughout the course of this trial, you'll get to hear from a number of witnesses. And what you'll hear will come down to this. Ryan Duke confessed. And at the end of the trial, when you've had time and chances to listen to that evidence, to hear from those witnesses, to physically see the evidence in this case, and to hear it out of his own mouth, the state will ask you to find the defendant guilty of murdering Tara Grinstead on October 23rd of 2005. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hart. Does the defense want to make its opening now or reserve till the state closes its case? All right. Let me ask you to turn off your sound system, sir, for the time being. Is the only thing I know to do. Okay. Just out of the witness stand is what I'm concerned about. Is it off? Sound off on this system?
Well, yes, sir. It wasn't turned off. It's not working. So the computer wasn't muted.
Okay. So it shouldn't be interfering with him, right?
This wasn't. No, sir.
So I don't know what it is. Y'all off? Thank you. All right. Go ahead. Ms. Murphy.
Judge, may I sit somewhere so I can see? Yeah, actually.
Good morning. Can everybody see this? You see that? I'll stand back. Make sure. Okay, great. This case is about power and influence. The people who have it and the people who don't have it. Ryan Duke has neither. He didn't have power and he didn't have influence. Bo Dukes has both. The state has both. And you're going to see that throughout the evidence in this case. I want to walk you through the timeline that the state had already walked through.
Everybody ready? All right, Ms. Merchant, you're up.
Okay, great. Thank you, Judge. I want to walk through the timeline. I know that the state talked about Ms. Grinstead's last day. I want to walk through that with us. Because I think it's important. They showed you pictures of her clothes. They showed you pictures of the clothes that she was wearing in the last photograph that they contend was taken. So that evidence was from Saturday night. So Saturday, October 22nd. And this is important. The timeline is very important in this case. So Saturday, October 22nd, she was seen in those clothes. The state then showed you that those clothes were on her floor. Okay? Why are her clothes important? So let's start with Saturday, okay? So Saturday night, this is October 22nd, 2005. The state showed you that Ms. Grinstead went home that night. Her clothes were on the floor. You're going to hear from a witness that said her favorite pair of yoga pants and her brand new sneakers were not found in that house. That evidence is going to tell you that she changed clothes and that she put on sneakers. You're going to hear evidence about a door bolt. One of the photos that was taken at the scene is of her door. Let me see if I can put this up on the Elmo so you all can see. I was told it would take a few minutes. Your screen's returned. Thank you. Technology. I brought extra pictures just in case. There we go. All right, so why is this important? Because the evidence that the state is going to present to you is that she was home. They want you to believe that she was home and that Ryan Duke broke into her home and harmed her. If you look at the top lock, it's one of those hotel-style locks. So when you go to a hotel and close the door, you can lock it. You can lock it from the inside so that nobody can get in, so that nobody can break in, so that you can't break in with a credit card. You can't pick that lock. This is the type of lock that if you're home and you have it on your door, the evidence is going to show you would lock it, and that Ms. Grinstead would lock this door and would use that to lock the door. The evidence is going to show that that is her habit, that she would lock that top lock. And so the version of events that the state has presented and will continue to present conflicts with this. Her car. Let's talk about where her car was seen. And this is important. The car and the glove are both going to be important this time. Okay? So we've got, let's move on to Sunday. All right, so Sunday, October 23rd. This is the date that the state has alleged in the indictment Ms. Grinstead was killed. Okay? That night, that next morning, there were neighbors across the street who are going to come in here and tell you that her car was not at her house. Okay? So, car not there. And this is in the morning. Daylight, in the morning hours. All right? So we've got, so far what we've got is we've got Saturday night evidence that you'll hear that she changed clothes, that she put on her sneakers. You'll hear evidence that Sunday, her car was not there. Later on Sunday, you'll hear from those same witnesses that they saw her car appear around dusk. So car is gone all day. And then let's see. What does that tell you? Her car was not home on Sunday. It was not there. So where was it? The evidence is not going to show you that anybody knows what happened to her car that day, where her car was. The really important fact, though, that you're going to hear, is that that night, so this night, it's a Sunday night, this is around midnight, so it actually may be Monday morning, you're going to hear from Heath, Dykes. He's going to tell you that that glove that the state has just paraded around in multiple pictures and that you're going to hear about this entire week, that glove wasn't there. Why is that important? Well, Heath Dykes, he is a police officer. He is a trained detective. When he went to her house that night, all right, so just to put it back in context, the state is arguing to you that Ryan harmed her Sunday morning. Sunday night, there's no glove. The glove is not there. You're going to hear that from Heath Dykes. And he's going to tell you that he's a detective and he was worried about what happened to her. He was dating her. He loved her. What happened to her? He looked around her house. He looked in the windows. He went and played with her dog. He looked all around. He knocked on the door. He left a card. He would have noticed that glove. That glove, the state showed you pictures, right there in the front yard. He would have noticed that glove. Trained detective. It's not there. It does not conform with what the state has just presented to you happened in this case. Also, you'll hear from another gentleman, a kid who Miss Grinstead was watching his dog. That witness will tell you that on this same day, Sunday afternoon, he went over around 6 or 7 o'clock that night to pick up the dog bowl. So Miss Grinstead was watching his dog, and he had picked the dog up earlier but forgot the dog bowl. So he talked to her, and she said, "Dog bowl is in the back, go pick it up." He calls her, she doesn't answer, so he drives over there. This is around 6 or 7 o'clock at night, on Sunday night. Still light out. He goes up, knocks on her door. No glove. Broad daylight, no glove. That glove was not there Sunday night. That glove did not appear until a full day later, on Monday, when the police and Mr. Portier, neighbors, everybody were all over her home that Monday morning. So there's no glove. So on Sunday, her car's not there, the glove's not there. What's the explanation for that? She left her home. She put on her shoes, she put on her sneakers, and she left her home. Sunday night, the evidence is going to show that she left, or Saturday night, I'm sorry, that she left. You're going to hear about her dog. She had a dog, a German Shepherd named Dolly Madison. You're going to hear that she would leave that dog out when she went out. The dog was out. Heath Dykes will testify that when he came Sunday night, the dog was out. The Portiers will testify that the dog barked all night. She left. She was not home when the state says this happened. The evidence is going to show that she was not in her home. And had she been home, this lock would have prevented what the state will submit Ryan did. Break into her home. Why is that important? Well, as the judge has told you, the state has the burden of proof. So they have to explain to you what happened here. And nobody knows what happened. Nobody knows what happened this day. They are going to present, we anticipate, a theory based on a statement that Ryan made to a GBI agent. The evidence is going to show that Ryan admitted that he had taken a narcotic, pain medicine, prior to that statement. The evidence is going to show that he was under the effects of this pain medicine. You'll see it. The state showed you a photo. You'll see it. This glove that didn't appear until Monday morning. The state cannot get Bo Duke's DNA off of that glove. You will hear evidence that they tried. You will hear evidence that they talked with the GBI and tried to make deviations, and you'll hear all about it, but tried very hard to change standards to get Bo Duke's DNA off of that glove. At best, it was inconclusive. What does inconclusive mean? You'll hear it means a weak match. It means they cannot get his DNA off of that glove. You'll also hear that that glove had at least 3 DNA profiles on it. Not 2, at least 3. I want to talk a little bit about the phone records. The state has submitted to you that the phone records are what they call guilty knowledge, that nobody knows about these phone records and they've been kept secret all these years, and so it's sort of like this smoking gun. Well, 2 things I want to point out with that. First of all, Tara's phone records do not show a call from a payphone. Her actual certified phone records do not show that she received a call on October 23rd from a payphone. You'll hear from a detective that he looked at her phone on her caller ID and that he compared the caller ID time to his watch, and so he thinks it's accurate. But that call does not show up on her phone records. Now, the state is going to put in, we believe, evidence that someone used that payphone at around that time to call information, okay? But it doesn't show up on her phone records. But I submit to you what is the evidence that that phone call proves that Ryan harmed Tara Grinstead? It doesn't. It's not even accurate. This glove you've heard about, this phone call you've heard about, the state in their opening said these are things that Ryan confessed to. Well, I'm going to read you some of what the evidence is going to show was said to Ryan when he confessed to these things. Listen very carefully during the interview of Ryan, during the GBI interview. Listen very carefully to who introduces these smoking guns first. Because the state has submitted that they are evidence of guilty knowledge, okay? Guilty knowledge would be, oh, well, only the person who did it knows about this. The gloves. Agent Sheldell, tell me about the gloves. I know there were some gloves at your house. Is that going to have your DNA on it? Ryan, it should. They were mine. Agent Sheldell keeps asking about the gloves. So you used the gloves when you moved the body? Ryan, I don't even think I used them. Agent Sheldell, what did you do to clean up? You said you wore the gloves, right? No, sir. Agent Sheldell, when you went to clean up, you wore gloves. Ryan, no, sir. I never put gloves on. Agent Sheldell introduces the gloves. Ryan doesn't. Agent Sheldell keeps asking him. A person who has taken medicine and is there and is terrified. He's terrified for his family. The evidence will show that he is scared to death of Bo Dukes because he knows what Bo Dukes has done and he knows what Bo Dukes is capable of. And he is there telling what he thinks he has to tell to protect his family. So when Agent Sheldell introduces the glove, at first he says no, because he didn't. But after repeated questioning, he gives in. The phone call, this guilty knowledge phone call that's been kept secret all these years. Who introduced it? Agent Sheldell. Agent Sheldell, did you ever make any phone calls or anything like that to the house? Ryan, no, sir. Agent Sheldell, well, we know there were some phone calls that got made to her house. Ryan, oh yeah, that's when I called her. I hadn't gotten her at that point. I was hoping she was okay. Well, how did you call? What did you do? Then Agent Sheldell tells Ryan, I know you're telling the truth. At that point, he's introduced the phone call, and Ryan, at first, disputed it, and then when he says, yeah, you're right, then Agent Sheldell says you're telling the truth. You're going to hear that there was a lot of evidence taken in this case. There were over, and I had to write this down, there were over 117 swabs taken from Miss Grinstead's car. And why is her car important? Well, you're going to hear evidence that it wasn't there on this day. You're also going to hear evidence that it returned to her home and it was dirty. The tires were filthy. There was mud all over them. And that Miss Grinstead did not keep her car that way. So her car was always clean. So that was odd. Also, that the seat in her car was pushed all the way back. She was a tiny person. So the seat was pushed back for someone who was much bigger than Miss Grinstead. Evidence that her car was not there on Sunday and that someone drove her car. So because of that, the police thought that was important. And they swabbed her car. They took fingerprints and they took DNA swabs. Only 7 of those were ever actually tested. No idea why. You're going to hear evidence that that's up to the GBI. That's up to the state. The defense can't test that type of evidence. What are you not going to hear? What else are you not going to hear? You're not going to hear any evidence that Ryan had his blood, semen, saliva, skin cells, prints, anything in that house. Not one piece of evidence that Ryan was in that house. Not one piece of evidence that Ryan was in that car. They took fingerprints off the door, off this door that they're going to ask you to believe he broke into with a credit card. They took fingerprints. Not one single one matched Ryan. The state's theory, we believe, is based on a statement that was taken from Ryan and that was not the truth. Does the state know the truth? We'll have to see at the end of this case if the state has presented any evidence that they actually know what happened in this case. But what we do know is that Ryan did not harm Ms. Grinstead. And at the end of this trial, you will agree with us that Ryan did not harm Ms. Grinstead, that he was not in her home, and that he did not assault her, he did not burglarize her. He's charged with burglarizing, he's charged with assault, that he did not do any of those things. Like I said at the beginning, this case, it's about power and it's about influence. What's great about jury service is that at this point, you all hold the power. You have the influence. And at the end of this case, we're going to come back up here and we're going to ask you to render a verdict. We're going to ask you to render a verdict that speaks the truth and that speaks justice for everybody involved in this case. And that verdict is going to be not guilty because Ryan Duke did not commit the crimes that he is charged with committing in Irwin County. He did not murder Ms. Grinstead. He did not assault Ms. Grinstead. He did not burglarize Ms. Grinstead. He did not conceal her death in Irwin County. He did none of the things that he's indicted for. And you all will agree with us at the end of this trial. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody need a break, ladies and gentlemen? We'll be going about an hour. Anybody need a break? Okay.
Judge, sorry, to be a break for just a moment.
Sure. Recess, okay? Bathroom break, if you have any smokers, we'll help you outside and get you right back. Let's be in recess for about 10 minutes. If y'all will just adjourn to the jury room here, thank you. right, ask the jury to join us, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've been frantically working on the speaker system, hopefully to eliminate feedback or speaker buzz, whatever you want to call it. And we hope we've got that problem solved as we move forward. Ms. Hart, you can call your first witness.
From the state, we call Billy Grinstead.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
You'll step up there, please. Before you're seated, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the hearing of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated, and you'll give your attention there to Mr. Grinstead.
Good morning, sir. If you'll tell us your name, please, sir, and introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Billy Grinstead,
And Mr. Grinstead, if you'll spell your first and last name for the court reporter, please.
Billy Grinstead.
And Mr. Grinstead, my mom did teach me better, but I'm going to ask you how old you are.
I'm 79.
And Mr. Grinstead, did you know Tara Grinstead?
I did.
And how old was, and who was she to you?
Tara was my youngest daughter.
And how old was Tara at the time that she went missing in 2005?
And she was 30 years old.
Now, you said that she was your youngest daughter. Did you have another child as well?
Yes.
And who is that?
Anita Gaddis.
All right. And who is the mother of Anita and Tara?
Faye was Bennett Grinstead.
Okay. And did you and Miss Faye get a divorce at some time?
Yes, we did.
And when was that?
I'm not sure.
Some time ago.
Yes.
And are you married presently?
I'm married presently.
And who are you married to presently?
Connie Grinstead.
All right. And how long have you and Miss Connie been married?
45 years.
Now, the facts about Tara Grinstead, did you at some point, you and Miss Connie and Tara all live here in Irwin County?
Yes, we did.
All right. And when was that?
I think it was from about 97 to we moved to Alabama in 2002, I believe.
And so you lived in Irwin County from 97 to 2002?
Yes.
And what did you do, and why were you and Miss Connie and Tara living here in Irwin County at that time?
Well, we were living in Macon, and I worked for Liberty National Life Insurance, and I was a sales manager with them, and I got promoted to manage the district in Fitzgerald, and I came to Fitzgerald as manager in February of 95.
And where do you recall where you lived here in Ocilla when you lived in Irwin County?
Yeah, a couple of blocks back over this way, but I'm not sure of the address.
Yes, sir. Now, when you say over this way, near the courthouse here?
Yeah.
Now, when you were living here in Irwin County, did Tara live with you here?
She did.
And at some point, did Tara stay here after that when you lived here?
Yes, she did her student teaching here, and then they offered her a job.
And when you say student teaching, that's what she did. That was her job as a teacher.
Yes.
And you say here, are you talking about in the Irwin County school system?
In the Irwin County school system.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked. in and ask you to look at that document for me, please, sir. Are you familiar with that document?
I am.
And what is that document?
This is her birth certificate.
When you say her birth certificate, whose birth certificate?
Tara's birth certificate.
Is that a true and accurate copy of her birth certificate?
It is.
All right. Judge, at this time I would tender State's Exhibit number 1.
Any objection? Stage 1's admitted without objection. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Grinstead, when you do you recall the last time that you saw Tara?
Yes, I was a member of the Osceola Baptist Church here, and we put on a golf tournament every year in May for a fundraiser, and I helped with the tournament. And after the tournament was over, my wife and I, Connie, went by Tara's house to visit with her then. That's the last time that I saw Tara.
And did you speak with her after that? Did you have a time where you spoke with her following the time that you saw her?
I spoke with her very often by phone.
All right. And do you recall when the last time was you spoke with her on the phone prior to her disappearance in October of 2005?
Couple of 3 weeks prior
Yes, sir.
to her being missing.
I have nothing further, Mr. Grinstead.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination, Mr. Perkins? Thank you. Mr. Grinstead, thank you for your testimony, sir. Let me ask you one thing, though. Please don't discuss the testimony you've given here with any other witness to the case until our case is concluded, okay?
Okay.
You're welcome to return to your seat. Call your next witness, please.
State will call Dana Giddens to the stand.
All right, good morning. This is Ms. Giddens.
Yes, sir.
If you'll step up right there, please.
Just
Before you're seated, raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in hearing this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much. Please be seated. Give your attention there to Ms. Hart. Thank you.
Let me get you to introduce yourself to the jurors for me, please.
I'm Dana Wilder Giddens.
And Ms. Giddens, did you know Tara Grinstead?
I did.
How did you know Tara?
I knew Tara through the pageant world.
Now, when you say through the pageant world, I want to take you back to 2005. How old were you in October of 2005?
I was 16.
And where did you attend school?
Irwin County High School.
Did you ever have Ms. Grinstead as a teacher?
I did not.
So tell us what you mean when you say you knew her through the pageant world.
Tara did. She was the director of the Miss Red and Black pageant. And at my freshman year, she was the director. And after that pageant, she took me under her wing and she started coaching me for pageantry, doing my hair and makeup for pageants, homecoming, prom, anything that I needed like that.
So direct your attention specifically to October 22nd of 2005. Did you see Tara Grinstead on that day?
I did.
And where was it that you saw Tara initially that day?
At her house.
About what time did you arrive at Tara's home that day?
I would say between 9:30, 10:30.
Can you tell the jury what was going on that morning when you arrived at her house?
That morning we had, all of the girls had interviews, and then after the interviews we came back and we would get our hair and makeup done by Tara.
Okay. So you've referenced interviews. For those who may not be familiar with the pageant world, can you tell them what you mean by you had interviews that morning?
In the morning of a pageant, you have interviews as part of the portion of the pageant. We would go and get interviewed by 3 judges, and then after that we would go and get on stage, and they would judge us based on our beauty.
When you arrived at Ms. Grinstead's home that morning, had you already gone to your interview?
I had.
And when you arrived there, was Ms. Grinstead there?
Yes.
Was anyone else present?
Some of the other girls had made it before I did.
Okay. And tell us what happened when you arrived at Ms. Grinstead's residence that morning.
Normally, on a pageant day, we just go to her house. We just start taking rotations on girls to get their hair and makeup done. She would ask us how the interviews went that day, things like that. So we were just rotating around.
Had you been to Ms. Grinstead's home before that date on October 22nd, 2005?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've been to her residence?
I would say 10 to 20 times by then.
As I've shown opposing counsel, it's been marked State's Exhibits 4 and 5. May I approach witness? I'm going to show you first what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4 for purposes of the record. Do you recognize what's depicted in State's 4?
I do.
What is depicted in State's 4?
That's Tara Grinstead's house.
And is that the residence that you went to on October 22nd, 2005?
It was.
Is that the same residence that you indicated you had been to, I think you said 20 times before?
It is.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5 and ask you to take a look at that for me and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in State's 5.
And that's Tara's house, the inside of her house.
Now, to be clear, did you draw the diagram in State's 5?
I did not.
However, looking at it, does that appear to be a true and accurate depiction of what her residence looked like on October 22nd, 2005?
It does.
And also, as to State's 4, again, is that a true and accurate depiction of what the residence looked like on October 22nd, 2005?
It does.
All right, this time I would tender into evidence State's Exhibits 4 and 5.
All right, any objection or board act to those exhibits? All right, thank you. Those admitted without objection, States 4 and 5.
I believe that should have turned on the monitors. I'm going to show first what has been, thank you, tendered as States 4. Can you describe for the jury what they're seeing in States 4, please?
That's Tara Grinstead's house.
Okay. And the vehicle that we see parked in that picture, do you recognize that vehicle?
That's her vehicle.
That was her vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you how many times had you seen that particular vehicle prior to October 22nd, 2005?
Numerous times.
And was her car there that day when you got there?
It was.
Now, was there one or more than one entrance to her residence?
There was 2. There was a front door and a back door.
Okay. Now, the back door, did it actually go into the back of the house itself?
No. I mean, I've never used the back door. Anytime I used it was the front door.
So that was kind of what I was getting at. The front door, do you see that depicted here in States 4?
I do.
And where is that in relationship to the vehicle?
Looking at the picture, the vehicle's on the left side of the door.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you what's been admitted as States 5. That's going to be upside down. Again, can you indicate to the jury what they're seeing in States 5?
That's the layout of Tara Grinstead's house.
Just a moment. I'm not sure why it's crooked. There you go. So in relationship to, I guess, first of all, where's the front door? I think it'd be easier, Judge. May we have the witness step down here so she can indicate? If you don't mind stepping down here for me, ma'am. Can I get you to point to where the front door is on States 5?
Yes, it's right here.
Okay. And when when you entered in the front door, what room were you in?
Like her living den area.
Okay. And then which of these bedrooms would have been her bedroom?
The one with the bed.
Right there, okay. And,
I'm sorry, the one with the bigger bed, since there's 2 beds on here.
okay. So this other room, do you know what she used it for?
It was more of like a storage room. It had a lot of porcelain dolls and things like that in there.
Okay.
Can y'all hear the testimony when she's back here? Thank you.
You can have a seat for me. Thank you, ma'am. Opposing counsel is the United States Exhibits 6 through 20. United States Exhibits 6 through 20 and ask you to take a look at each of those for me, please. Let me know when you're done. Having looked at states 6 through 20, do you recognize what those depict?
Tara's house. The inside of Tara's house.
I apologize. I didn't hear you. What were you saying?
The inside of Tara's house.
And are each of those true and accurate depiction of the residence as it was on October 22nd, 2005 when you last saw it?
Yes.
Now, at this time, I would tender an evidence states exhibits 6 through 20.
All right, any objection of board items to those? Thank you, Mr. Kent. Those will be admitted without objection, states 6 through 20.
Thank you. And may I display those to the jury?
Yes.
Looking first at states exhibit 6, can you tell the jury what they're looking at there?
That's the front of Tara's house. You can see her car and the door open.
Okay. And this particular door, is that the main door that you were referencing earlier?
It is.
When you were visiting in her residence, did you ever go in and out any other door?
I did not.
And then states exhibit 7, you tell us what we're looking at there.
That's her living den area. As soon as you walk in the door, that's where you're at in her house.
Okay. States exhibit 8. What are we looking at there?
Still part of her living and den area.
Okay. And the door that we see going in states exhibit 8, what room would that be going into?
You're going into her kitchen area.
And then states exhibit 9, it's just a little bit of a closer view. But again, what room is this that we see in the background?
Her kitchen area.
States exhibit 10, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
The inside of her kitchen.
States exhibit 11, what's depicted there?
Still part of her kitchen area.
Okay. And again, is this consistent with what her kitchen area looked like on that date?
It is.
Okay. Do you see this sort of bin here that's on the table? Do you recognize that?
Hot glue gun.
Okay. Have you ever seen Tara use a hot glue gun?
Yes.
And what capacity would she have been using a hot glue gun in your presence?
That particular day, we had one of the pageant girls who had a shorter length dress and she needed lower shoes. So that day, Tara bedazzled some of her shoes. for the pageant.
And when you say her shoes, were they Tara's shoes or the girl's shoes?
The contestants' shoes.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 12, what are we looking at there?
It's still her kitchen area.
Do you know what this door went to?
Her back. That was her back door.
Okay. Do you know if that went to another portion of the house or?
I do not. I never used that door.
It's fine. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 13 and ask you, do you recognize that?
I do.
Now, where is State's 13 picture? Where does that appear to have been taken?
On her dining room table.
Do you recognize what is actually depicted in State's 13?
Mm-hmm.
What would that have been?
That's the booklet you get at the pageant that lets you know which contestants are in the pageant and the lineup of the pageant.
Okay. And to your knowledge, would this have been from the pageant that you were preparing for that day?
It was.
Okay. Do you know if this is something that she would have gotten before or after or when she attended the pageant?
You get it when you attend the pageant.
And then State's Exhibit 14. Can you tell us what we're looking at there, please?
That's the hallway of her house. You can see the room directly in front of you. It's like her little guest room, I would assume you would call it. It's where she would do a lot of storage. To the left is her restroom, and to the right was her bedroom.
Okay. Where is the living room kitchen area in relation to this hallway?
Well, that hallway is still in the kitchen area. So technically you're in the kitchen, but if you look to the right is her living den area.
Okay, thank you. And then State's 15, what are we looking at there?
That's her guest room, more of a storage room for her.
Okay. Here in State's 15, have you ever seen Tara use that?
I have not.
Okay. Now, had you ever used Tara's computer that's depicted here?
I did not.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16 and ask you if you recognize what's depicted there.
I do.
What is depicted in State 16?
That's just another closet with purses, and then you can see her porcelain dolls on the left.
And then State 17, what are we looking at here?
Still the guest room area.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier that she had dolls, and I know you mentioned a couple of times. Do you see those depicted in this picture?
I do.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is that where she kept all of her dolls that she collected?
Yes.
I'm going to show you States 18. Do you recognize what's depicted there?
That was Tara's restroom.
Okay. And did this residence have one or more than one restroom?
Just one.
Now, do you recall seeing Tara use this item that's in the sink on the day that you were there?
I don't. She used more of a curling iron, but we were all in the kitchen area, so we didn't do anything in the restroom.
Okay, so then when you say we were all in the kitchen area, tell us what you mean by that.
Whenever Tara did our hair and makeup, we would always get it done in the kitchen area. It was a little bit bigger and more room for the girls.
I'm going to show you then what's been marked in Internet States Exhibit 19. Again, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Her restroom, bathroom.
And then finally, States 20. Can you tell us what we're looking at there, please?
Her kitchen sink.
Is that her kitchen sink?
Oh, I'm sorry, her restroom sink. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Going back to the kitchen, these pictures. You mentioned earlier that she was doing your hair in the kitchen. I'm going to go back to States 10. And I know it may be hard to see on the screen, but do you see this item right there? Are you able to tell what that is? If not, I can approach with the picture and let you see it.
It appears to be a curling iron.
Okay. And again, would that have been consistent with what y'all were doing that day?
Yes.
Okay. So now that we have an idea of what the residence looks like, can you tell us about how long you were at this residence that day?
Between 9:30, 10:30 to almost 2, probably.
Okay. And during that time, did it take you that long to get dressed yourself, or what were you doing?
No, we would always just kind of hang out. We didn't have much to do after interviews anyways. So the girls and her, we would hang out, talk about our interviews. It took us a little while anyways to get our hair and makeup done. You're thinking about 45 minutes to an hour with each girl. So rotating it around, it did take a little while.
Okay. left Tara's residence that day, did you ever see her again?
I did,
Where was it that you saw her?
at the pageant.
Prior to seeing her at the pageant, did you ever return to her home?
I did.
Can you tell us about why you returned to her home that day?
That day, Tara had let me borrow a pair of dangly earrings. At that point, my pageant dress was a black velvet sweetheart neckline, and we wanted to try the dangly earrings with it. However, after going home, trying the dress on with hair and makeup, I did not like those earrings. So I proceeded to go back to her house to get the earrings that I always used for the pageant.
Now, was Tara present when you went into her residence that afternoon?
She was not.
Do you know about what time of day it was that you returned to her residence?
It had to have been between 3 and 4,
What time did the pageant begin that evening?
around 5.
And what time were the contestants to arrive at the pageant?
As long as you were there by 5.
Now, was anyone else in the house when you arrived there that afternoon?
They were not.
And were you able to find some earrings you were going to use?
I did.
And where were those earrings located?
In her bedroom.
So, did anyone else go with you into that room?
They did not.
Did anyone else go with you into the home?
They did not.
This show prison crosses the mark states that it was 21 through 34.
I'm good. Thank you, though.
I'm going to show you states 21 through 34. Ask you to take a look at each of those, and when you've had a chance to look at them, let me know.
Okay.
Having had a chance to look at those, do you recognize what's depicted in those exhibits?
I do.
What is depicted in those exhibits?
That's Tara's bedroom.
And again, is that a true and accurate depiction of what her bedroom looked like back on October 22nd, 2005?
No.
So, what is different in those pictures than what you recall when you went back to her house that afternoon?
Some of the drawers are out, and her bed is unmade.
With the exception of those things, do the pictures accurately demonstrate the house or the room itself?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. So then let's go through each of those specifically. I do, Judge. I'm going to ask her a couple more questions over the foundation. State's Exhibit 21 specifically, does that appear to be the room as it was on October 22nd, 2005 when you returned?
It does not.
What is specifically different in this picture?
In that picture, the drawers are pulled out, and there's clothes laying on the floor.
Okay. With the exception of those things, is the room in the same condition as when you last saw it?
This part of the room, yes.
Okay. States 22, can you tell us, does that appear to be in the same condition as when you last saw it?
No. Once again, there's things on the floor, and you can tell the bed is unmade.
Other than the bed being unmade and the things on the floor, again, is that a true and accurate representation of what her bedroom looked like when you last saw it? on October 22nd.
Yes.
States 23, same question. Other than the drawers being pulled out and the things on the floor, is that, and the bed, as you've mentioned, is that a true depiction of what the bedroom looked like on October 22nd, 2005 when you first saw it? Or when you last saw it?
Other than those things, and just once again all the clothes on the floor and things like that.
States 24, is that a true and accurate depiction of what it looks like on that date?
No.
What is different?
Her bed is unmade. There's clothes on the bed. When I had returned, her bed was made.
Okay. With the exception of those things, is this a true and accurate depiction of what her bedroom overall looked like back in October of 2005?
Yes.
States Exhibit 25, same question, other than the bed being unmade and the other things you've noted, is that what the bedroom appeared like in October of 2005?
The chest looks like it appears it has been moved.
Okay.
It was normally in the middle of the bed.
Okay.
That's
States Exhibit 26, same question. Is that what the bedroom would have looked like on October 22nd, 2005 when you last saw it?
There was less clothes on the little chair right there,
Okay.
but overall,
And then I'm going to ask you the same question, States 27, 28, 29. (32, 33, and 34). Other than the things you previously noted that are different, does the room appear to be in the same condition as when you last saw it?
there appears to be a few more shoes out, but other than that,
Okay. However, again, is this a true depiction of overall what her room looked like on that date?
yes.
And then finally, as to these specific items, that being States 30, do you recognize what's depicted in States 30?
Yes, those are the shoes that Tara wore that day of the pageant.
Okay. And other than the shoes and the other items that you've already discussed, is that a true and accurate depiction of that area of her room when you last saw it?
Well, there looks to be bras on the ground, and I didn't see those.
Okay. And then
What on the ground?
Bras, some of her.
States Exhibit 31, do you recognize what's depicted in States 31?
Yes, that appears to be the shirt that she wore along with the pants that she wore to the pageant that night.
Okay. And other than the things we've already discussed and those items being there, again, overall, is that the depiction of what her room would have looked like back in October of 2005?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I would tender those exhibits into evidence.
All right, that is 21 through 34, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Merchant, any objection? Thank you. Those are admitted without objection.
So let's look at those and discuss some of the differences. Sorry. Before we do that, I'm going to look back at States 5. You see that in front of you, ma'am?
I can.
You mentioned earlier that there was a guest bedroom and her bedroom. The pictures that you've just been looking at, which room would those have been?
Her bedroom.
So I believe you identified that previously as this front bedroom?
I did. Mhm.
Okay. So let's start with States 28. What are we looking at in States 28?
That's the inside of Tara's room.
Okay. Is there anything in this picture that is particularly different than what you recall seeing on October 22nd, 2005?
Her chest area, that chest or drawer area, some of her drawers, you can tell are out.
Okay. In the times that you had been, I think you said 20-something times to her house, had you ever been in her bedroom before?
Yes, to get a few things.
Generally, when you were in her bedroom, did you find that she was someone who closed her drawers or left them out?
Close them.
I'm going to show you what's been tendered as States Exhibit 34. Again, can you tell us what we're looking at there and if there's anything different than what you recall from that date?
And that's still the inside of Tara's bedroom, and when I went in the second time, I didn't recall seeing any bras on the ground.
Okay. What about the jeans that we see here and the other items?
The jewelry items, yes, because she had used those to bedazzle the shoes that day. The blue jeans, I don't recall them being there.
Okay. And again, is this consistent with what you had seen of her bedroom in the times you had been present? As far as things being on the floor?
No, she normally kept it a little bit neater than that.
Okay. Then stage 29, what are we looking at there?
It's still the inside of her bedroom.
Okay. The dresses that we see hanging on the back of the door, do you recall if those were there when you were in the bedroom on October 22nd, 2005 in the afternoon?
They were.
Again, State's Exhibit 33. What is different in that picture from what you recall, if anything?
The drawers are pulled out.
State's 32. Is there anything different than what you recall?
The shoes on the floor.
Okay. Are you able to tell what this item is?
It looks like a candle.
Okay. Do you recall seeing that candle on the floor when you were there October 22nd, 2005 in the afternoon?
I don't recall.
Looking at State's Exhibit 26, can you tell us what, if anything, is different in this picture from what you saw when you went back to the residence on October 22nd?
Her bed is unmade, and the little chest down there,
This item?
yes,
Okay.
normally was in the middle of her bed.
Okay. Had you ever seen it at the corner of the bed like that?
I have not.
Stage 27. Again, what, if anything, is different in that picture from what you recall?
The bed unmade, a few more of clothes being on the chair.
Okay. Then what about stage 25?
Same thing, the clothes on the floor, the bed being unmade, the chest.
Now, the pillows that we see on the bed here, when you had seen the bed made, were those pillows on the bed?
Yes.
Were they mixed in with the comforter as we see here?
No.
A few more. Stage 24, again, I think that's just a close-up of what we're looking at, but is there anything specific that jumps out at you as different in this picture?
Just once again, the bed being unmade and the clothes being on the bed.
States 21, what angle are we looking at the bedroom from here?
That's going into her bedroom.
And where would the bed be in relationship to this picture?
The bed will be on the left.
Okay. Now, these shoes that we see on the floor here, would those have been on the floor when you were there October 22nd, 2005 when you went by?
They were not.
Okay. Have you ever seen those shoes before?
I had.
Just a couple of different angles of that. Stage 22. Again, are those the same shoes that we're discussing?
Yes.
And then stage 23.
Yes.
And then I want to look at a much closer view, stage 30. Where had you seen those shoes before today?
She wore those particular shoes the night of the pageant.
And how do you recall that she wore those shoes the night of the pageant?
They were, I saw her that night.
Okay. And then what about stage 31, the clothing that we see specifically on top of the pile here? Do you recognize that clothing?
Yes.
How do you recognize that clothing?
That's what she wore that night.
Okay. So after you left her residence on October 22nd, 2005 with the earrings in tow, where did you go?
To the pageant.
And did you see Miss Grinstead at the pageant?
I did.
Where did you see her?
She actually sat with my parents at the pageant.
Did you ever speak with her at the pageant?
I did.
And don't tell us anything she said, but where were you when you spoke with her?
It was after the pageant was over, and I just escorted her out to her car.
Okay. At that point, was she alone?
Yes.
Do you recall sitting here and she had a purse with her?
Yes.
And I know it's been a number of years, but do you recall sitting here what that purse looked like?
It was a beige purse, brown.
And do you recall back then if Ms. Grinstead had a cell phone?
She did.
Did you have that cell phone number?
I did.
Had you ever spoken with her on that cell phone?
Yes.
What about, do you know if she had a house phone?
She did.
Had you ever spoken with her on that house phone?
It was more of the cell phone.
More than cell phone, okay. And I'm going to show Open Council Market States Exhibit 2. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 2 and ask you if you recognize that.
I do.
How do you recognize that?
That was what Tara wore the night of the pageant.
Okay. Now, this particular States Exhibit 2, the other person who's depicted there, is that you?
It is not.
However, is that someone who was also in the pageant with you?
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of what Ms. Grinstead looked like the last time you saw her, October 22nd, 2005?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender to evidence States Exhibit 2.
Objection, States 2. Thank you, that's admitted.
May I publish that to the jury?
Sure.
It's a little dark, but can you tell us what we're looking at in States 2?
That is Tara Grinstead the night of the pageant, as well as one of the pageant contestants.
Okay. Now, and again, I know it's dark, but in the item that we see here in her hand, do you know what that is?
That appears to be her jacket.
Okay. And do you recall, as you said, she had a purse as well that evening?
Yes.
Do you see the purse in this picture?
It's kind of hard to see, but I'm pretty for sure she had the purse in her hand and the jacket on top of it.
Okay. Marked as States Exhibit 3. Please don't display these necessarily to everyone else, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at them yourself. Can you tell me if you recognize those items that were taken out of States 3?
I do.
How do you recognize those?
Those are the items that she wore that night of the pageant.
And do those appear to be the actual clothing items that Ms. Grinstead wore on the last night you saw her?
They are.
Your Honor, for records purposes, again, there are other items. So what we have done is the vest will be 3A, the coat is 3B, the camisole is 3C, and the necklace is 3D.
All right, you tender those
I will be
items.
tendering those particular pieces.
Mr. Merchant, any objection to 3A, B, and C? Those are admitted without objection. Thank you.
And again, are each of these items that you saw Ms. Grinstead wearing on that date?
Yes.
And are each of these items that you saw Ms. Grinstead wearing, that we see Ms. Grinstead wearing in that picture?
Yes.
Thank you. After Ms. Grinstead left the pageant that evening, did you ever speak with her again?
I did not.
I don't want you to tell me what anyone else told you, but when did you learn that Ms. Grinstead had been reported missing?
Monday afternoon.
And would that have been, what day was the pageant on?
Saturday.
And so would that have been 2 days later?
Yes.
Did you ever have Ms. Grinstead as a teacher?
I did not.
Now, in this particular case, well, you never had as a teacher, let me ask you, were you familiar with if she taught at the same school where you went?
She did.
And do you know the defendant in this
I do not.
Did you know of him or ever see him at the school that you attended?
I did not.
To your knowledge, did you ever see Ryan Duke in the presence of Tara Grinstead?
I did not.
What about Bo Dukes? Did you know Mr. Bo Dukes?
I do not.
Had you ever heard of Mr. Bo Dukes prior to the arrest of the two defendants in 2017?
I have not.
Have you ever seen Bo Dukes in the presence of Tara Grinstead?
I did not.
What was Ms. Grinstead's demeanor when you saw her on October 22nd, 2005?
She was in a great mood. It was a pageant day. So any days that we did pageantry, she was always in a great mood.
At this moment, Judge?
Sure.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay, any cross-examination, Mr. Murphy? Ms. Moore, Mr.
Good morning, Ms. Giddens. My name is John Merchant. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Ryan Duke.
Hang on just a second, Mr. Murphy. See if you can figure it out. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
So, Ms. Giddens, I believe you told us the last time that you saw the condition of Ms. Grinstead's room was about 3 or 4 o'clock on Saturday. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you, and I assume you never viewed it again after that, correct?
No.
And I assume you have no knowledge about what investigation was done on Monday morning with either folks you knew or law enforcement in her bedroom.
You're correct.
Can y'all hear Mr. Merchant's questions? If you'll speak up, Mr. Merchant, please. Thank you. I think we're having a hard time in the back.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. I'll try to speak up. Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure.
Ma'am, I've handed you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that?
That's her front door.
Okay. And can you tell the jury how many locks are on it?
It looks like 2 locks.
I'm going to object to her testifying from the exhibit for its tender, and she indicates she's looking at it, not remembering.
Yeah, fair enough, Judge. My apologies. So, ma'am, you recognize that as being a photograph of Ms. Grinstead's front door?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a true and accurate description of the door as you remember it being in October of 2005?
Yes.
You know, at this time, the defense intended the defense exhibit 1.
All right. Ms. Hardy, any objection to D1?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that's admitted without objection. Defendant's 1. Thank you.
So, ma'am, I think I asked you before how many locks there were on the door. Can you repeat again? So,
There appears to be 2.
and one of them is, it appears to be a bolt type lock up top. Is that true?
Yes.
And based on your view of this and your experience in Ms. Grinstead's house, is this a type of lock that can only be locked from the inside?
Yes.
And on the inside door handle, can you tell us what's there?
The inside door handle? You mean the bell? Is that what you're talking about? Or the lock at the top?
On the lower lock handle, does that appear to be a set of chimes?
Yes.
And the purpose of the chimes is to alert Ms. Grinstead when someone's opened the front door?
Yes.
And you have an independent memory of hearing the chimes when the door was open?
I do not.
As you sit here, do you have any personal knowledge about Ms. Grinstead's habit with regard to the upper lock?
I do not.
How about with regard to the car? Do you know her habits with regard to locking her car?
I do not.
So you don't know one way or the other whether she always locked her car?
Which she did.
So she did always lock her car?
Yes.
So when she was locking the car, she locked it?
Yes.
And that was her habit and routine?
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry.
Would it be unusual to learn that the car was unlocked on somebody else?
It would be. That was precious to her.
Do you know Joe Portier, Dina Harper, or Larry Harper?
I do.
And did you have any knowledge whatsoever about what they did when they were inside the house on the way?
I do not.
And that's true with the doors, that were open inside of Ms. Grinstead's bedroom. Do you know one way or the other when they opened?
I do not.
Speak up a little bit more, please, Mr. Murphy.
My apologies. So the last thing I want to ask you about, ma'am, was Anthony Vickers. Does that name sound familiar to you?
It does.
Are you aware of an incident involving Mr. Vickers coming to Ms. Grinstead's house?
Yes.
And that occurred in the springtime of 2005?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about that?
She did not.
Were you aware that she was scared of him?
She made no indication.
At this point, it's either calling for hearsay or speculation.
Okay, I'll hear from you, Mr. Murphy.
Yeah, it goes to her state of mind under 8033, whether or not she was fearful of Mr. Vickers, and whether or not she talked to her about it, it would be admissible as an exception.
You get the last, so.
Your Honor, there's been no foundation to show when she had this conversation, how closely she had this conversation, when the event occurred. It's actually no indication that she heard it directly from Ms. Grinstead. She could have heard it from anyone else in the community.
I understood the witness testified she had never had any conversation concerning this topic. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I sustain that objection.
Ma'am, so did you know Anthony Vickers personally?
I did.
Did you know others who knew him?
Yes.
So it was someone who knew in your circle of community or your social network. You may not have known him personally, but it was among your character.
Yes.
And is it true that you believe that, in your words, he was a psycho?
I think he,
As the relevance of her opinion of Anthony Vickers, again, that would not go towards what Ms. Grinstead believed in Mr. Vickers. It would go to her community role.
I'll hear from
Mr. Vickers, this involves an incident where Ms. Grinstead filed a formal police report against Mr. Vickers for banging on her front door. So I think I'm entitled to ask her whether or not, in her personal opinion, she believed Mr. Vickers was psycho.
She's indicated that she had no personal knowledge of it from Ms. Grinstead. The person who was there when that occurred is going to testify and can certainly ask that person. But at this point, from what I can tell, she knows about it from hearsay and from town gossip.
I understood that the question was, did you ever believe that Lance Satan was a psycho?
Was that correct? Is that what you understood? I'll allow it.
I don't think at that point he was making rash decisions.
In your words, that he was a psycho.
I think at that point I had said those.
That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any redirect, Ms. Hart?
Did you see Anthony Vickers on the evening of October 22nd, 2005?
I did not.
And again, the last time you saw Tara Grinstead on October 22nd, 2005, what was her demeanor?
She was happy.
No further questions.
You follow up, Mr. Murphy?
Nothing.
All right, any reason Mrs. Giddens shouldn't be excused
No, Your Honor, we actually excused.
from the defense?
Yeah, she'd be excused.
Ms. Giddens, I'm going to excuse you at this time. You're welcome to stay, go, whatever you'd like to do. The only thing I'll ask is don't discuss the testimony you've given to this jury this morning with any other witness to the case until the case is concluded, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you so much. You'll be excused at this time.
Second, call Rhett Roberts for the stand, and she can witness.
Mr. Roberts, you'll step down here, please. Before you're seated, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the hearing of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I will.
All right, thank you. Please be seated and give your attention there to Ms. Hart.
Let me get you to introduce yourself to the jurors, please.
Rhett Roberts.
And Mr. Roberts, how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at Irwin EMC as the IT manager.
Okay. How long have you had that job?
In a couple of months, it'll be 15 years.
I'm going to take you back to October of 2005. Where were you working at that time?
Irwin County High School.
In what capacity?
I was a high school math teacher and football and baseball coach.
Did you know Tara Grinstead, the victim in this case?
Yes.
And how had you met Ms. Grinstead?
We met as co-workers, as both being teachers at the school, and we went out on a few dates.
Okay. Do you recall the time period in which you and Ms. Grinstead went out on those dates?
It was the spring and a little bit of the summer before she went missing.
Do you recall whether or not you saw Ms. Grinstead on October 22nd, 2005, the night of the sweet potato pageant?
Yes.
Now, to clarify, were you at the sweet potato pageant?
I was not at the sweet potato pageant.
Where were you located when you saw Ms. Grinstead that evening?
I was at my home, just grilling out and watching college football games.
At your home, what, watching college football, Mr. Bill Clark?
Just grilling out.
Okay. Was anyone else at the residence with you?
No.
How did you know that Ms. Grinstead was going to stop by before she got there?
I did not.
When she got there, did she call ahead of time, or did she come out the door? Tell us what happened in that.
I was inside at the time, and I just heard a knock on the door, and went and opened it, and it was her.
Did Ms. Grinstead come into your home that evening?
She did not.
How long was she at your residence?
Probably around 5 to 10 minutes.
And during that time, did you and she speak?
Yes.
Where were you located physically when you were having that conversation with her?
I stepped outside of the front of the house, and we had a conversation out there.
Do you recall about what time of night it would have been that she came by your residence?
I was watching college football, and it was like halftime of one of the games, so it was around 8:30 or so.
Was it dark outside, light outside? Do you recall?
I think it had just gotten dark.
Just got dark. And I know it's been a long time. Do you recall what she would have been wearing that evening when you saw her?
I don't know exactly. I think she might have been in blue jeans and maybe something like comfortable, like a white blouse.
Okay. I'm going to show you a picture. Now, have you ever seen this particular picture before?
I don't believe so.
To your knowledge, do you know if she was wearing an outfit similar to this or not similar to this, or do you not recall?
Probably similar to that.
At the time that, well, let me ask you, where were you living at the time?
600 West 2nd Street, a house in town.
Now, are you familiar with the residence where Ms. Grinstead was living at the time?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with that residence?
Actually, my father rented her the house.
So had you been in that residence before she moved in?
Not before she moved in, no.
How far was your home at the time from her residence?
A few blocks.
In which direction?
I would say that would probably be southeast.
Southeast. If you were leaving your house back then, tell us what road you would take or how you get to her home. Do you recall?
I'd probably come up 2nd Street, and I can't remember the exact road that the house was on.
And about how long did it take you to get from your house to her house?
Probably a minute or so.
When she left your home, do you recall, was she driving?
She was driving, yes.
And What kind of vehicle was she in?
She was in her white sports car.
Was anyone else with her when she was at your home?
No,
Do you recall in which direction she headed when she left?
I believe she went west.
Would that have been towards her home or away from her
That
home?
would have been away from her home.
Just a moment.
Sure.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good morning, Mr. Roberts, how are you?
Doing good.
Do you remember if Tara kept the car clean?
I don't remember being in her vehicle.
Okay. Do you remember seeing her vehicle when she drove it?
Yes. I mean, I would imagine she would keep it clean.
And the night that you saw her, that you just testified about, you saw her in her vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any mud on the tires?
No.
Do you remember an incident where you at a ballpark with her and she indicated she was scared of Anthony Vickers?
Judge, hearsay.
And that's what she said. She said if he remembers being there when she was actually scared, not what she said.
Judge,
Didn't you just ask me what she said?
I did not. I said if she was scared, or I said that she indicated she was scared. But I can rephrase it to make
Please,
sure.
I sustain that objection. Please rephrase your question.
Without saying anything that Ms. Grinstead said to you specifically, do you remember being at a game where somehow you sensed that she was scared of Mr. Vickers?
Yes.
And do you remember some incidents between Ms. Grinstead and Mr. Vickers?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. Lack of foundation for his knowledge sounds like it would be hearsay.
His foundation for his knowledge, Judge, is the exact question I
Well, I
asked
think
him.
you can ask him that question and we'll see what the response is. So I will rule that objection.
Are you familiar with an incident
Am I familiar with one?
between Ms. Grinstead and Mr. Vickers?
For a fact, I don't know, and I've heard rumors, but it's only rumor.
Thank you.
Can you redirect this, Harper?
Did the incident that they're discussing and that they're asking you about, the information that you had about Anthony Vickers and her being scared of him, how did you get that information?
I just felt like she was walking briskly toward, the car and was just trying to avoid a situation.
Did you hear her say anything? Is that how you knew what it was about, or was it just an assumption that you made?
It was probably an assumption.
Okay. And that particular incident, was that after you had heard rumors about something happening at her home with Anthony Vickers?
At that point, I'd known nothing about it.
Okay, so this was before. How long before she went missing would that incident at the ball field have occurred?
Well, it was a high school game, so it would have to be the spring.
In the spring?
Yes.
And so we're talking about 6 months before she went missing in October of 2005?
Yes.
No further questions.
You follow up.
Thank you, Judge.
Do you remember when you first gave, I believe it's Special Agent Murray, an interview in this case?
There's been 2 or 3. Which one's Murray?
The first one, November 3rd, 2005 at 4:15 p.m. with Special Agent Carl Murray at your residence in Osceola, Irwin County. Do you remember that?
I believe so.
And do you remember telling him that there was an incident when you first started dating Ms. Grinstead between Vickers and Grinstead? Do you remember telling him that?
I don't remember. I mean, that interview's been 15 years.
Okay. And so do you think that the notes from that interview would probably be more reliable than your memory at this point?
Yes, I would say that the notes from any of my statements would be better than my memory.
So if the notes indicate that you told Agent Murray about an incident between Vickers and Grinstead at the ball field, do you have any reason to dispute that?
I have no reason to dispute it.
And if you told the agent about an incident where Vickers showed up at Grinstead's residence at night, banging on her door, trying to get in contact with her, would you have any reason to dispute that?
I wouldn't.
And if you told the agent that you recalled a time where you were physically with her at a baseball game and standing by her when Vickers approached her, would you have any reason to doubt that you would have said that?
If it's written down in my statement, that's probably what I was recollecting at the time.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, anything further?
Anything, well, let me ask this differently. Were you ever physically present to see Anthony Vickers threaten Tara Grinstead in any way?
No.
In this particular case, how many times were you interviewed by law enforcement?
At least 4 or 5, possibly more.
Would it be fair to say that at one point you believed you were a suspect in her disappearance?
That would be correct.
No further questions.
All right, Mr. Roberts, thank you for your testimony, sir. I'm going to excuse you at this time. Only thing I'm going to ask you is please don't discuss the testimony you've given to this jury this morning with any other witness in the case until our case is concluded, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you so much. You've been excused.
Am I released?
Yes.
All right.
All right, 5 till noon, do you have time for a short witness, or do you have a short witness, or is this a good time to break?
I have what I believe will be a short witness. I don't think it's a 5-minute witness, though.
All right, y'all got can you handle one more witness before break? Thank you. Call your next witness, please.
State call Jared Luke to the stand.
Stretch if you want. Good morning, sir. Just about lunchtime. Before you're seated, please raise your right hand for me. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the hearing in this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Give your attention there to Ms. Harper.
I need you to introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Good morning. My name is Jared Luke. I am assistant principal here at the high school and middle school. I'm born and raised in this facility, been here my whole life.
And you said you're an assistant principal. How long have you been the assistant principal?
This is going on my 3rd year.
Prior to being the assistant principal, did you work at the school?
I did.
In what capacity?
I was a teacher.
How long have you been a teacher?
This is my 12th year.
Now I want to direct your attention back to 2005.
Okay.
How old would you have been in 2005?
17.
Did you know Tara Grinstead, the victim in this case?
I did.
How did you know Ms. Grinstead?
She taught me in high school.
Were you still in high school in October 2005 when she went missing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have her for one class or more than one class?
I don't recall. I know I had her for U.S. history.
Okay. What year would that have been?
My junior year, I believe.
Would that have been the same year that she went missing or a year before?
Year before.
Now, the weekend that she went missing, did you have, and I don't want you to tell me what she said, but did you have an occasion to speak with her or see her leading up to that weekend?
Yes.
And why was it that you either spoke or saw Ms. Grinstead leading up to that weekend?
Well, I saw her at school, of course.
Yes.
And then she also kept my dog that weekend that she went missing.
Okay. And what kind of dog did you have?
A German Shepherd.
How old was your dog?
He was a puppy. He was less than a year old.
Why did you need Ms. Grinstead to keep your dog for you?
I didn't. She offered to keep the dog that weekend. She also had a German Shepherd named Dolly. She knew I had just gotten a puppy, German Shepherd, and so we both had a love for German Shepherds. And she knew we were going out of town. She offered to keep Duke that weekend for me.
Okay. Now, did you personally take your dog to her house?
I believe I did.
And do you recall what day of the week that would have been?
It would have been on Friday because we left that day.
And then, did you ever return to her residence?
Yes, I did.
What day did you return to her residence? What day of the week did you return to her residence?
That Sunday.
That Sunday. Now, when you returned on Sunday, was your dog still there?
No.
Did you know that your dog was not going to be there?
I did know that.
How had your dog gotten away from her residence?
My brother came and picked my dog up that Saturday.
Okay. And were you aware that your brother was going to go pick the dog up on Saturday?
Yes.
Now, why then did you go to her residence on Sunday?
Because he picked the dog up on Saturday, but did not pick up the food and water bowl and all that. So all the accessories, I guess you would say, were still there.
Okay. Now, again, I don't want you to tell me what she said, but did you speak with Miss Grinstead after your brother had picked up the dog?
I don't remember speaking with her on the phone. I think my sister did speak with her. One of us did, but
Yes.
I don't remember speaking to her.
Okay. Now, what was your brother's name who went and picked up the dog?
Phillip Luke,
And what was your sister's name?
Lee Luke.
Had you ever been to her residence prior to dropping the dog off on Friday?
Not that I recall. I knew where she lived. It's a small town, so I knew exactly where she lived, but I don't ever recall being there or going inside or anything of that nature.
When you went to drop your dog off, did you go take the dog inside the house or somewhere else?
There was a backyard, there's a fenced-in backyard, and that's where I dropped the dog off that I recall.
Do you recall she was present on Friday when you dropped the dog?
I don't believe she was, no.
And then when you went back on Sunday to pick up the water bowl and the other items, where did you go to get those items?
At first, when I got there, I pulled up in the yard, went to the front door, knocked on the door. Nobody answered the door. When I didn't get an answer, I walked around through the gate in the backyard on the left side of the garage.
Yes, sir.
The food and water bowl were told that they were in the shed and it was in the backyard.
Yes, sir.
So I went to the shed, opened the shed, food and water bowl were there. I retrieved them, went back to my truck and left.
I'm going to show you some showing the defense counsel have been marked as State's Exhibits 35 through 39.
Okay.
Ask you to take a look at those for me, please.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in each of those?
I do, yes, ma'am.
And are each of those true and accurate depictions of the scene at the backyard and the residence of Miss Grinstead as it appeared October of 2005?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender into evidence State's Exhibits 35 through 39. Thank you.
Right.
Okay. Now, if I do this right, they're going to appear on that screen in front of you.
Okay.
Can you see what's depicted in States 35?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at in States 35?
It looks like her backyard, looks like her garage. Her car is under the garage. And to the left there, in the back middle of the picture on the left side would have been where the shed, that would have been where the shed was at.
Okay. Now, when you parked to go pick up the water bowl, can you tell us in connection with where her car is, where it is you would have parked?
I pulled right behind her car, if I remember correctly,
Okay. So,
to the best of my knowledge.
do you recall about what time of day or night it was that you went there on Sunday?
It was, I know in my previous statement that I read earlier today, it said 7:30 or 8, but it was still daylight outside on that Sunday when I went. So it was not dark yet.
Sunday, at daylight hours, you recall parking behind her vehicle at her residence?
Correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 37. And can you tell the jury what it is we're looking at there, please?
That is her dog, Dolly.
Okay. And this fence that we see, have you ever seen that fence before?
Not in my recollection, I don't.
I know you said that's her dog, Dolly. Are you able to tell us where it is Dolly appears to be in that picture?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
State's Exhibit 38. Do you recognize what we're looking at in State's 38?
No, ma'am. I mean, I'm assuming it's her house, but I don't know what side of the house it is.
Okay, that's what I don't want you to assume, but you don't know which portion of the house it is.
Correct.
Okay. However, does it appear to be one side of the house that you went to that day? Not not necessarily the side of the house that you went, but does it appear to be the same house?
It appears to be the same house, yes.
Okay, sorry, that was a poorly worded question. States 39, do you recognize what we're looking at there?
That's the shed in the backyard.
Okay, and would that be the shed that you discussed earlier?
It would be, yes, ma'am.
If we're looking at the front of the house, at the front door, is that shed to the right or to the left?
To the right, to the best of my knowledge.
So when you parked behind her vehicle that afternoon, would you have walked to the right or to the left?
I first went to the right to the door. This shed is in the backyard on the back right corner.
Yes, sir.
From what I remember.
Okay.
So when I got out of my truck, I would have walked at like an angle to the door.
Okay. So I'm going to show you another picture that's already been tendered, which is States Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Can you tell us then, looking at this, does this depict the approximate location of where you may have parked that day?
It depicts her front door. I wouldn't have pulled up right behind her car. Like, it wouldn't have been right behind it. I would have pulled in the driveway that is the straight path to her garage.
Yes, sir.
And then walked across the yard from the middle, if that makes sense. Like, I wouldn't have went at a 90-degree angle to the front door. I'd have went across the middle of the yard.
Okay. And now I know it's hard to see in these, but did she have a pathway leading up to the door that you can recall?
I vaguely remember one, but don't specifically recall a pathway.
Okay. But
But seeing that picture does like it may have been stones leading up to it.
Okay. And then what about States 44?
Yes,
Again,
ma'am.
looking at that, can you tell us where you would have been parked?
The bottom left corner down here, where you see this pathway leading.
Right here?
Yes, ma'am. Somewhere in that area is where I would have parked.
Okay.
And then I'd have walked directly in front of that pine tree to the door.
Okay. So to be clear, and I apologize, I'm having to look at it upside down when I put it
Gotcha.
up here, but you're saying you walked in front of this pine tree?
Correct.
So would this bed of straw that I'm pointing to here have been in front of you or behind you when you walked up there?
It would have been behind me.
Okay. Were you inspecting the straw to see if there was anything laying in it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. If there had been something laying in that straw, do you think that you may have missed it, or you may have seen it, or you just don't know?
I just don't know.
Okay. So I understand. Are you telling the jury there was not anything in the straw, or you just don't know?
I didn't see anything in the straw.
Okay.
I didn't see anything on the ground or in the straw. No, I didn't.
Were you looking for anything?
I was not looking for anything either.
Okay. And then lastly, States 36. I'm sort of jumping around, but I apologize. This is one where you identify, and I know it's difficult to see, but I believe is this part, and I can bring it to you if you need to, because it's hard to see on here. Would this have been the shed side of the house that you recall?
Will you bring it to me, please?
It's extremely difficult to see when it's printed.
I can't make out what that is.
Okay, that's fine. I appreciate it. I think I may have asked you this, but to be clear, did anyone else go with you to her residence on October 22nd of 2005?
No, ma'am. Nobody went with me. When I left, my cousin did walk. They lived catty corner to Miss Grinstead. Bryson Boykins, his name. He did walk over, and we had a conversation right there in the driveway.
Yes, sir.
And then he left, and I left.
And what was his name again?
Bryson Boykin.
Okay. And that conversation, I'm assuming, did that have anything to do with this case?
No, not at all.
And I want to clarify, when you say you initially walked to the front door, why did you walk to the front door?
To knock on it.
Did you knock on it?
I did.
Did anyone come to the front door?
Nobody.
And the entire time you were there that day, how long would that have taken?
In my statement previously that I read right before this, it said I was there for approximately 15 minutes. That seems far-fetched. I would assume probably 7-8 minutes.
Okay.
Knock on the door. I walk to the left. Her car's on my right. Walk through the gates. Walk right to the shed in the back.
Yes, sir.
Got the food and water bowl. Walked back out. I talked to Bryson for just a second. He parted ways. I went my own way.
Okay.
So 5-8 minutes.
During that time frame, however long it was, did anyone ever come out of the residence?
No, ma'am.
And did you ever see Tara Grinstead again?
I did not, no, ma'am.
Ma'am, just a moment. No further questions.
All right, Ms. Gibbs, any questions, Mr. Luke?
I do, yes, Your Honor. But Mr. Luke, it was Sunday, October 23rd, was when you visited Ms. Grinstead's residence to get the, I think you call it dog accessories.
Correct.
And you said it was about 7:30 or so that afternoon.
Somewhere around that time. It was still daylight hours.
So it was daylight.
Correct.
Did you have any trouble seeing your surroundings when you got to Ms. Grinstead's house?
No, sir.
When you arrived at her house, you parked in the driveway behind her car.
Correct.
And you walked from your vehicle directly to her front door first.
Correct.
And when you were walking to her front door, you did not see a glove anywhere in that yard when you were walking to her front door.
I did not. No, sir.
And you didn't see no kind of trash or other debris in
No,
the
sir.
front yard. And you went to her front door, you testified you knocked on the door.
Correct.
No one entered the door.
Correct.
Did you see anything out of the ordinary about the door?
No, sir.
No marks or anything like that to indicate that it has been forced open, nothing like that?
No, sir.
And there was no entry to the door?
Correct.
And you said you walked around the left side. You left the front door and you walked around the left side of her house.
Correct.
And when you walked from the front door of her house around towards the backyard, did you see a glove or anything like that in her yard?
No, sir, I didn't.
And you went in the backyard, you got the water bowl and other accessories,
Correct.
and then you left the backyard.
Correct.
And you walked back to your truck.
Correct.
And on the walk from the backyard to your truck, did you see a glove on the ground anywhere in Miss Grinstead's yard?
No, sir, I didn't.
And you testified that you spoke to your cousin, I believe, for a few minutes in Miss Grinstead's yard.
Correct.
And during that conversation, you didn't see a glove anywhere in Miss Grinstead's yard.
No, sir, I didn't.
And you testified it was daylight. You had no trouble seeing Miss Grinstead's yard during this conversation.
Correct.
And again, this was Sunday, October 23rd, about 7:30.
Correct.
No further questions?
All right, do you read right in front?
Showing you again State's Exhibit 4. The location of where her vehicle is depicted in State's Exhibit 4, would that be consistent with where you saw her vehicle on Sunday, October 23rd, 2005?
Yes, ma'am.
And the conversation that you had with your cousin, did that take place in the yard or did it take place back at your vehicle?
Where you're pointing at now?
Back at where your vehicle would have been?
Correct.
Okay. So to your knowledge, did you ever see your cousin come up to this location?
No, ma'am.
That's all the questions I have.
Follow up, Mr. Gibbs. All right, Mr. Luke, thank you for your testimony, sir. You're welcome to.
Am I released?
Just set. You're
Okay.
welcome to stay, go. You are released. But
Gotcha.
don't discuss the testimony you've given here to this jury this morning with any other witness to this case until the case is over. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Good.
Thank you.
Mr. Luke. You'll be on your way. All right. Suit y'all to take a lunch break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. I understand y'all's food is being brought in for you. So if y'all will adjourn to the jury room, we'll be in recess until 1:15 for lunch. All right, if y'all will just step right in there and then we'll get you to the food. All right. Mr. Norton, let me speak with you for just a minute.
people can hear
Yes.
over there.
Right.
And keep talking, keep talking. This is a witness stand, John. This is witness's mic. Okay, John, just stay right there. Turn it up as nice. Now, this is the approach, far right-hand side button, John. Approach number 2, all the way to your right. And this is, and they stand out here, John, a little bit more. And this is approach 1, far second one over there. And this is a podium approach. The podium approach. 1, 2, 3. She stood over here a little bit longer. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. Do you hear? Now listen. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You don't hear anything? I was hearing something like a little bit of feedback there for like the speaker. Listen to the speaker. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. You hear that? Here, right in here. Mic check. 1, 2. Now here. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a little. Are you okay with that audio? You okay with that? Mic check. 1, 2. Now, John, would you have a problem with put this microphone over on the approach? You think that's good? Would you rather, because it's more directional. They stand here. This microphone is. What do you want? You tell me.
That's what we do is we adjust.
Sure. I think that like this right here. To show you. What?
Oh, you know what? You gotta get approval from her because.
Well, I'm just going to sit here. Let me just show you something. Look at this.
They wanted to record me, was it?
Sure.
Hold on.
No, this is a very large, loud room.
Yes.
Good grief.
All right, John. This is the approach 1. Let me check this one. Approach 1. That's going to be on the floor. Approach 1. Mic check. 1, 2.
You go over there. It's like, yes, it's Lindsay's okay with it on the floor there.
Look at this. She knows old school. No, you'd rather. I mean, whatever.
If it was just me, I'd probably be fine with it. I don't think the attorneys are because they walk around.
What about right here? Here. No.
I'm afraid they're going to the way the jury.
All right, fine. Watch it. You know what? We're done. Watch. We're done. We go right back here. All right, so supposedly we won't get any feedback. Now we've gone all around. We're not getting any feedback now.
You hear that buzzing? I heard that stop just a minute ago. I heard it stop. I swear, unless it makes that. This morning I think I have one crazy, but
There's a buzz that from one of our pieces put them over there.
yeah.
Because it's a fire now that maybe.
Okay, yeah. Maybe that's right.
But that's from over there. That's.
Okay.
You know what? I want to do something. This is the one.
That's the one causing the issues.
Apart. Yeah.
But you hear this now. This is the one.
Talking.
Okay, this is for the jury, to hear the jury and the witness. speaking.
Yeah.
Can you hear? This is for the jury box. I think you can hear this clearly. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. We are here in the courthouse.
I can hear you clear as day. I don't know if it's because you talk well and you're loud, or if it's the microphone.
I'll go right here.
Go ahead.
John, this is mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yes.
It's not going through.
It's not, you don't hear it up. Check, 1, 2.
There we go. Yeah, now I hear it.
That one.
So you really gotta talk into this thing.
So no, yeah, and that's where it causes feedback when you go like that, and you're really,
Yeah.
and it's causing because then the speakers are here.
Because that needle's not bouncing at all.
Well,
It's all fine, it's all fine.
I'd rather have it not bounce
Yeah.
because it's like
found it.
it's way.
Okay.
I was listening, I was like, boy, you're having, he was having a hard time. I was listening, I was like, you tried, I heard you pull them down, I heard you do everything, pull down.
Okay, mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I hate because he's turning it up a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
He's turning it up with just a hair, just to keep going, so it's really. So,
Okay, I heard it there.
Yes.
all you have to make sure we're not getting any feedback on our mics when you pop them up. So, how many partners was not listening?
Who do you want, witness side?
You do whatever you do. Let's do them all. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. I can hear them very nicely now.
Yeah, I hear it
You can just pop them off. And then,
too. Okay.
yeah, there's no, can you hear them clearly? Okay.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right. I think and hope we have our sound issues resolved, at least for a little while. Anything we need to take up before we ask the jury to join us? From the defense? Thank y'all. All right. Ask the jury to come on in, please. Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We got one more making her way down. Hope you enjoyed a good lunch, had a nice break. Let me ask you two gentlemen seated here at the end of both rows. From where you're positioned, can you see the witness's face when they were testifying? Yes? Yes? Okay. All right. Good deal. As you recall, ladies and gentlemen, when we broke for lunch, the state was still presenting their case. So, Ms. Hart, if you'll please call your next witness.
Second call, Phillip Luke to stand. Phillip Luke.
Mr. Luke, come on down. Thank you, sir. Right down here. Good afternoon. Before you're seated, Mr. Luke, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the hearing of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you so much. Please be seated right there and give your attention to Ms. Hart. She'll direct your testimony.
I want you to introduce yourself to the jurors, please, sir.
My name is Phillip Luke.
And Mr. Luke, I'm sorry, telling you to speak up just a little bit for me. Perfect, thank you.
My name is Phillip Luke.
Mr. Luke, do you know someone named Jared Luke?
I do, that's my brother.
And who's older, you or Jared?
I am.
Back in 2005, October 2005, how old would you have been?
18, I believe.
And did you know someone by the name of Tara Grinstead?
I did.
How did you know Tara Grinstead?
She was actually my high school teacher and had some family connections.
Had some family connections?
She helped my younger sister with pageants.
Okay. And what would that younger sister's name have been?
Lindy.
Lindy. Now, did you ever have occasion to go to Miss Grinstead's residence?
I did.
Once or more than once?
From my recollection, just once.
And what was the reason that you went to her residence?
To retrieve our family dog.
Now, when you went to her residence, do you recall what day of the week that would have been?
It would have been a Saturday.
And do you recall about what time of the day it was?
It was Saturday afternoon. I'm not sure what time exactly.
Fine. When you got to the residence, do you recall if her vehicle was home or not?
Yes, her vehicle was there.
And did you approach the door at any point?
I did. I knocked on her door.
Did anyone answer the door?
They did not.
What did you do after no one answered the door?
Our dog was in the backyard with her dog, and they had, I believe, a gated backyard.
Yes, sir.
So just got my dog and we left, and I believe I texted my mama and asked her to, call and let Tara know that we had retrieved the dog.
Okay. Now, did anyone go with you to the residence that day?
They did.
Who went with you to the residence that day?
Zane Deal.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, do you know the defendant in this case, Ryan Duke?
I do.
How do you know Ryan Duke?
I knew him in high school.
Okay.
I was friends with Jake.
And who is Jake?
Jake would be Bo's brother.
So to be clear, would that be Jake Dukes?
Jake Dukes.
And did you ever have an occasion to attend any parties at at a place in Ben Hill County that was owned or leased by the Dukes family.
I don't recall any parties out there.
Okay. And specifically, we're talking about the Pecan Orchard area. Do you ever remember going to any bonfires out there?
Not personally, no.
Okay. Did you ever spend, do you have personal knowledge if Zane Deal and Ryan Duke were friends or not?
Yes, ma'am, I believe they were.
And did you ever interact with them at the same time?
I'm sure I did.
Did Zane Deal ever get out of the vehicle that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And did either of you ever go into the residence?
No, ma'am.
Did either of you ever try the door to see if it was unlocked?
No, ma'am.
Now, you said your younger sister was in pageants.
That's correct.
Do you recall if she was in the pageant that was going on that particular day?
She was not.
So do you have any idea what time the pageant was going on that day?
I do not.
And did you see anyone else at the house, Ms. Grinstead's house, at the time you were there?
I did not.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
All right, Ms. Giddens, you're up.
Your Honor. Zane Dill was with you when you went to Ms. Grinstead's house.
That's correct.
You don't know where Zane Dill went later Saturday evening.
At the time, I did not.
And as you sit here today, you don't know where he was Saturday evening, October 22nd.
I cannot personally attest to where he was at.
You personally knew Ryan Duke at the time of Ms. Grinstead's disappearance, right?
I did.
And other people in your friend group, I guess you had overlapping friends, knew Ryan as well.
Sure.
Ryan had a reputation as a peaceful, non-violent person, didn't he?
He did.
And he had a reputation for being trustworthy.
I would agree, yes.
Overall, Ryan was considered a nice guy.
Yes.
Polite.
Yeah.
You also knew Bo Dukes at the time of Ms. Grinstead's disappearance, didn't you?
I did.
And other people similar to Ryan, sort of friend groups overlapped, and people you knew Bo.
Sure.
Bo had a reputation as a liar, didn't he?
He did.
And as between Mr. Duke, Mr. Ryan Duke, and Mr. Bo Dukes, Bo was considered the more dominant of those two individuals, wasn't he?
He was.
No further questions?
Can you follow up, Ms. Hart?
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach for just a moment?
Sure. Ms. Hart, I'll hear from you.
Judge, as I already indicated clearly on the testimony, they not only brought up his character for truthfulness, they also brought up his
Being a good guy?
being a good guy.
Wasn't that the question?
That was the question. That is just completely blatant good character evidence, which under the rules of evidence that we have, opens the door to bad character evidence.
Okay. Want some water in here? She'll help you with some water. Thank you.
Judge, I apologize for the delay.
Just, I'm sorry, the jury doors open. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins. Yes, sir. You're fine. Take your time. Ready?
Thank you, Your Honor. Under 404A1, we're entitled to offer good character evidence from Mr. Duke. We're entitled, as a defense, to open the character door to the extent we wish to open the character door to particular traits of character. The state is limited in cross-examination to the scope of the traits we put into issue. And I'm not sure exactly what the state intends to present in rebuttal, but they would be limited to rebutting the specific traits that we put into evidence through this case.
It's a good guy trait.
Well,
I mean, that's pretty...
yes, Your Honor.
I mean, truthfulness is one specific thing. Reliability, I think, was another one, another specific thing. Good guy is pretty wide, right?
I understand, Your Honor, but we also ask specific questions about other specific traits.
I agree.
We may need a profit from the state on what the proposed character evidence is if they wish to rebut.
I don't have any problem with that. Can you summarize that real quick?
Specifically, I believe this witness would testify that the defendant, Ryan Duke, prior to the murder of Tara Grinstead, had depression issues, and that in fact this witness was often worried that Ryan would hurt himself because of his mental health issues. I would also intend to ask him if he's aware of any of his prior arrests, because at this point, him being a good guy is about as general as you can get with character evidence.
All right, you get the last say, Mr. Merchant.
Yes. On the last issue, Your Honor, the issue of arrests, the Supreme Court made clear on that the fact that someone's been arrested for something is proof of nothing. Because of the presumption of innocence, the fact that the police have arrested somebody, there's no relationship whatsoever to admissible character evidence. That's clear. And so, as far as it relates to the issues related to Mr. Duke's mental health, I don't know necessarily that we'll have any problem with that, because we understand that the state wants to do that, that's fine.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Judge, it's very interesting that they're indicating I can't use an arrest as character evidence, considering the fact that
I got it.
and actually, that if Your Honor doesn't want me to go further, that's the state's position that is allowed for me to ask him if he has a knowledge of that DUI.
Which was never adjudicated one way or the other. Is that right?
I don't believe so, Judge, but I would have to verify that. The truth is, I've never intended to go into that DUI because I cannot believe they opened the door this quickly. And so I don't have that conviction in front of me. I would simply be asking him if he's aware of that. I would probably also be asking him, there's an incident that occurred in which a fight took place. It was discussed with one of the jurors earlier. I would ask if he has any knowledge of that fight that I believe the defendant took place in part of.
Your Honor, let me heard once more. The state has to have a good faith basis for asking a specific witness as to certain facts. They can't ask a witness with obviously no knowledge of it, a leading question designed to affect the jury. So we need to know, outside the presence of the jury, whether the state has a good faith basis to believe this witness has any information whatsoever about the arrest.
About the DUI arrest.
About any arrest they intend to talk about in front of the jury.
You know anything about it?
I may have heard of the arrest for DUI, but I didn't have any first-hand knowledge of it.
You weren't there?
May I ask, Sergeant, the fight that I've just referenced, in which a lot of people were involved in that fight, do you know what fight I'm talking about?
I do believe I know the fight you're talking about, but I was not present at the fight.
Okay, and how do you know about that fight?
Just through word of mouth, I guess, hearing people discuss it.
Have you ever discussed it with Ryan Duke?
No, ma'am, not that I know of, not that I recall.
Just, I think I have the right to ask the question as it relates to DUI. He in fact has been arrested for DUI.
He doesn't know about it. You can ask somebody else. I don't think this is an appropriate witness for that. All right, mental health stuff. Go ahead, okay?
Yes, sir.
The fight, the DUI, I think the door is open to a different witness.
Absolutely.
All right, ask the jury to join, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have done everything prior to today to get this case ready to deliver to you. Sometimes things just come up that I'll have to ask you to step outside. Nobody's trying to hide anything from you or anything. We just have rules we have to play by, and sometimes I need to speak with the attorneys outside your presence. Okay, so thank you for your patience with that. Don't read too much into it. Did one of the jurors, I understand, mention you couldn't see the witness from the screen? Thank you. Good deal. We'll just have to move it up and down. We'll take it down for the time being. Thanks for bringing that to our attention. Ms. Hart, you can continue.
Mr. Luke, you knew Ryan Duke before Tara Grinstead went missing, is that right?
That's correct.
And defense counsel just asked you several questions about what you felt and what his reputation was. So let me ask you this. Are you aware of any specific mental health problems that Ryan Duke had before Tara Grinstead was murdered?
I do believe he had some depression issues, but I never confirmed that directly with Ryan himself.
Understand. Was that from your observation of Ryan?
Observation and then others that spoke of it.
So that was something that amongst your friend group that was discussed?
I would say yes, at least a few times.
And do you recall if you were ever afraid, in fact, that Ryan may try and hurt himself because of his depression issues?
Yes, ma'am.
So you would agree with, or would you agree with me that his depression...
I'm sorry?
Actually changed it so it wasn't going to be leading.
All right, we'll just start over.
Thank you.
Don't ask a leading question. Thank you.
Would you agree with me that it appeared to you that Ryan's depression was severe enough that it was affecting his behavior? Specific question, but it's not leading.
I overrule that objection. Thank you.
You can answer. Sorry.
Or what time frame are we talking here, though? Are we talking high school or?
Anytime before Tara Grinstead went missing.
So prior to her going missing, I don't believe I had that much interaction or contact with Ryan.
Yes, sir.
So I honestly don't know what his mental state would have been leading up to that.
Okay. So then the questions that defense counsel asked you about his reputation, would those have been before she went missing or after she went missing?
Before.
Before. So the fact that you indicated that you thought he was a good guy, what was that based on?
My interactions with Ryan before she went missing.
Okay. And you don't recall indicating to me at some point, do you recall indicating to me at some point that you were concerned about his depression issues prior to Ms. Grinstead going missing?
I don't believe I did, but I can't say for sure.
Okay. When's the last time that you actually interacted with Ryan Duke?
Well before Miss Grinstead went missing. Maybe 2004.
Okay. So you've actually not had any contact with him since 2004?
Personally, no, but there were some things that happened after she went missing that, again, it wasn't me directly talking with Ryan.
Yes.
But
amongst your friend group, would you say there was an issue or concerns?
amongst my friend group, I'm not really sure.
Okay.
I was slightly younger than them by a few years, so.
Yes, sir. So I just want to be clear, in the statements that you've made about Ryan's personality, do you really know what Ryan was like at all in October of 2005?
I do not.
And as it related to his relationship with Bo Dukes, how would you describe their friendship?
I would have described them as best friends.
No further questions.
Ms. Giddens, any follow-up?
question, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Luke, thank you for your testimony, sir. You're welcome to stay, go, whatever you'd like to do. Only thing I'll ask you is please don't discuss the testimony you've given here this afternoon with any other witness in the case until the case is concluded, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're free to go. Call your next witness, please. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state will call Troy Davis to the stand.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Mr. Davis?
Yes.
All right, if you'll please step down here, thank you. Before you're seated, sir, raise your right hand, please. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the hearing of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. All right, Ms. Hart.
Let me get you to introduce yourself to the jurors, please.
My name is Troy Davis.
Now, I believe it's actually Dr. Davis, is that correct?
It is. We don't use that a lot, but it is.
Okay. Well, Dr. Davis, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed with St. Johns County School District as a federal programs director.
Okay. And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
Coming up on 2 years.
You said St. John's, is that what you said?
St. Johns County,
Where is that?
St. Augustine, Florida.
And prior to working at St. John's in that capacity, have you had an occasion to work in education over the years?
Yes, I have.
How long have you worked in the education system?
Oh, 30 years.
Did you ever work in the education system here in Ocilla, Georgia?
I did.
And how long did you work here in Ocilla?
1991 till 2005.
Were you originally from this area?
I am from Pearson, Georgia.
Pearson. Okay. During the time period in which you worked here, what different jobs what capacities did you work here in the Ocilla school system?
I served as an assistant principal, a principal, director, curriculum director, school superintendent.
Okay. Taking you back to 2005 and before, did you have an occasion to meet someone by the name of Tara Grinstead?
Yes.
And how did you know Ms. Grinstead?
She was a teacher in our school district.
Okay. And at the time that Ms. Grinstead came to work here, were you superintendent, or do you recall?
I don't recall.
When you left here as superintendent, where did you go to work?
Lowndes County.
Do you recall at the time that she went missing if you were working here or in Lowndes County?
I was in Lowndes County.
Now, in the weeks leading up to Ms. Grinstead going missing, did you ever have cause to worry about her mental health?
Well, I was concerned about Tara. I'm not a mental health expert, but I was concerned about Tara.
Now, I don't want to go into anything Tara said to you, but did there come an occasion in which you had to assist Tara in getting back to her house, or into her house?
Into her house, yes.
And don't tell me what anyone said, but who called you when that incident occurred?
My then wife called me.
And what was her name?
Missy.
Missy. Did you then go to Tara's home or somewhere else?
I actually went to her home. I was driving from Valdosta, and I went to her home from Valdosta.
When you got to Tara's residence, was anyone else there?
There were.
Who else was there?
As I recall, Dina and Larry Harper were there. Joe Portier was there.
Yes, sir.
And I want to think there may have been one or two other people, but I don't recall.
Now, do you know what the relationship was that Larry and Dina Harper had to Tara?
Their son had previously dated Tara.
To your knowledge, first of all, what was their son's name?
Marcus.
To your knowledge, was Marcus Harper and Tara Grinstead, were they dating at the time this incident occurred?
To my knowledge, no.
And when you arrived at the residence that day, where was Tara?
She was in her car.
In her car?
In her car.
What kind of vehicle was that?
It's,
You know the color?
it's white sports car,
Okay. Was she in the driver's seat or the passenger seat?
passenger seat.
And how did Tara wind up getting into her house that day?
I carried Tara in after trying to talk her into going to that inside.
At that point, how long had you known Tara?
I don't know. I don't recall. I mean,
In addition to having known her through the school system, would it be fair to say you were somewhat of a mentor to Tara?
yes, I would say that.
And had Tara ever visited in your home?
She had.
Now, on that particular day, can you describe for us Tara's demeanor?
She was very upset, very distraught, crying.
And when you took Tara into her house, what did you do with her?
I laid her on her couch in her living room.
Well, did anyone else come in the residence with you?
Yes.
Who came in the residence with you?
Joe Portier and Dina Harper did. I can't recall if anybody else did.
How long did you stay at her residence that evening?
Till 2 a.m. that morning, roughly.
Were you the only ones there besides Tara?
Joe Portier stayed until probably the last 10 minutes
Yes, sir. Why did you stay at her residence until 2 a.m.?
because I was not sure about Tara at that point, where she wanted to leave and we did not want her to leave.
Okay. Now, jumping forward to the weekend that Tara went missing, did you have an occasion to see Tara the weekend of October 22nd, 23rd, into the 24th?
Whatever the Saturday was,
Okay. And where were you when you saw her on Saturday?
at my home.
Who else was there?
At the time that Tara came, Gloria and Stan Mix, Larry and Dina Harper, my children, Missy. I don't recall if anyone else was there at that time.
And what was going on at your house that all those people were there?
Well, it was a University of Georgia football game that afternoon, so we watched Georgia football and we had a cookout or dinner and she stopped by.
Do you recall about what time it would have been when Tara got to your house?
It's going to be later because she had been working with a beauty pageant, and
Yes, sir.
so I don't recall what time, but it was dark.
It was dark. And do you recall about how long Tara stayed at your residence?
Not more than a couple of hours, maybe. I don't know a specific time.
Do you know if she left before or after the game finished?
Well, that game had already stopped, and we were watching another football game, actually.
Okay. When was the last time you saw Tara?
Just after 11 o'clock p.m. that night.
Where that night? And
Yes.
where was that?
I walked her, we had went inside, and I walked her to her car. I actually walked on the deck, and she walked out to her car.
Did you see her get in her car?
Yes.
Was anyone else in the vehicle when you saw her get in her car?
No.
And I know it's been some time ago, but do you recall what Tara would have been wearing that evening when she was at your house?
I remember something brown.
Okay. Shady was learned and admitted to evidence.
It's getting hidden from me.
Please. Thank you.
This is a copy of State's Exhibit 2. this will be easier. I'm going to show you a copy of State's Exhibit 2. Ask you to take a look at that. And do you recall if that is consistent with what you saw Tara in, or not consistent, or you simply don't recall?
Yes, that's consistent with what I remember.
No, you mentioned there being something brown. I'm going to show you what's been marked as. It's been marked as 3B. Do you believe you've ever seen this particular item before?
No, I don't recall. I don't.
Could this be the coat that she was wearing that evening?
Possibly.
But what you're seeing in States 2, you said that is consistent with what she was wearing
It's
at the
what
time.
I consistently, as I recall.
After Tara left your residence that evening, did you ever speak with her again?
I did not.
Did you see what direction she headed when she left your house?
Yes,
Would that have been towards her home or away from her home?
toward her home.
Now, just a moment, Judge.
Sure.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, any cross-examination, Mr. Portier?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Davis. To your knowledge, sir, did Ms. Grinstead have prior difficulties with any of her students?
I don't, as a teacher, you have problems with students. I mean, I don't know specifically behavior issues. Sure, I'm sure she did. I don't know that, but.
Yeah, and I'm asking more specifically about students that made her fearful.
She did have an incident one time, yes, that I recall.
Who were the names of the students that she was fearful of?
And Judge, I'm going to object at this point. He's asking if he has knowledge. He's not asking where that knowledge came from, and I believe the answer is going to be hearsay. So I'm objecting to hearsay.
What's causing this reverberation again? Do y'all know?
I know they worked on it during the lunch quite some time, but I don't know if it's going to Judge.
All right, well, if you'll just explore the source of it, I'll be thank you. You'll rephrase your question. Thank you.
Sure.
I sustain that objection.
So, did you have specific conversations with Ms. Grinstead about issues she had with her students that caused her to be fearful?
I don't recall having a specific conversation with Tara.
So, the source of your belief that she had been fearful of certain students, did that come from her or someone else?
A mutual friend.
So you had no personal knowledge about any of the specific names of students from Tara?
Not that I recall.
So who is the source, who's the friend that gave you that?
Mr. Portier.
And do you pronounce his name Portier or Portier?
Portier.
And when you spoke with Mr. Portier, following that, to your knowledge, did you reach a belief that Tara Grinstead was most fearful of Anthony Vickers?
Objection, Judge. Clearly calls for hearsay.
Mr. Portier is probably waiting outside, Judge, and he's available to testify. So
I agree. You can ask him.
Sustain that objection. Thanks.
Did Miss Grinstead, when she left, tell you she was going home to change into jogging pants?
I do not recall her telling me she was changing.
You don't recall that?
No.
And while she was at your house, did she talk to someone on the telephone?
Yes.
And were you close enough to overhear the conversation?
I don't recall the conversation, but it's close enough to hear her talk to someone, yes.
Would seeing a summary of your interview with the GBI refresh your recollection as to what you may have overheard?
And Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's actually the defense's motion that we not go into any hearsay from Ms. Grinstead. We consented, and it's clearly what's going on right now.
And yes, Judge. Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Under 803.3, there's a hearsay exception for state of mind or emotion that is conveyed by a declarant who does not testify in court. That's where we're proceeding, Judge.
This is, I understand, the night of the 22nd, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just there's been no foundation that there's anything to do with her state of mind in stating that, but in fact, I don't believe that's going to come in under the evidence that there was state of mind.
I'll admit it. I overrule your objection.
Does that clarify then, does that mean that's opening the door to statements that Ms. Grinstead made to people that evening, or just this specifically?
Well, we'll take them one at a time. This one specifically for right now. Thanks.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
And I think I got your answer, sir, but would seeing a copy of your GBI interview summary assist you in refreshing your recollection as to what may have been said?
I'm sure it will help. I mean,
May I approach? Sir, if you'll turn to page 6 of 11. And this is towards the bottom. If you want to read to yourself the last 4 lines of the summary and tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to what you overheard.
yes.
Okay. And you can put that down now, sir. So what did you overhear Ms. Grinstead say on the telephone?
What did I hear her say on the telephone? She had a conversation with someone, and at the end she ended the conversation, "I love you."
Thank you, Judge. That's all I have.
Can you read Rhett, Ms. Hart?
Do you have any idea who she was talking to that day?
And she told me it was an old high school friend.
No further questions.
Based on that, Judge, I do have a follow-up.
Okay.
Sir, if you maybe you remember now, having been asked about it, but if you don't, feel free to take a look at that and tell me between pages 6 and 7 whether or not that refreshes your recollection as to who she may have spoken with.
Yes.
Okay. Who was she speaking with?
She said it was someone named Heath.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any further, Ms. Hart?
No, Your Honor.
All right. If you'll hand me that document you were just looking at, Dr. Davis, thank you for your testimony. You're going to be excused at this time and go to St. Augustine, stay, whatever you want to do. The only thing I'm going to ask of you is please don't discuss the testimony you've given to this jury this afternoon with any other witness in the case until the case is concluded, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Call your next witness, please.
Heath Dykes.
Mr. Dykes, please. We've asked everybody. Anybody on the jury know anything about electronics? Maybe y'all help us with the sound. All right, good afternoon, sir. This is Mr. Dykes?
Yes, sir.
Good deal. Come on right here, please.
Yes, sir.
Before you're seated, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the hearing of this case is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you so much. Please be seated right there. Ms. Hart will undertake your direct testimony.
Can you first introduce yourself to this jury?
I'm James Heath Dykes.
How are you currently employed?
I work for the Perry Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Perry Police Department?
29 years and 6 months.
What is your current job assignment with the Perry Police Department?
I run the Criminal Investigative Division.
And I'm going to take you back to 2005. Did you know someone by the name of Tara Grinstead?
I did.
And how do you know Tara Grinstead?
We grew up together in the same town, Hawkinsville.
Were you same age?
She's 4.5, 5 years younger than I am.
After high school, did you ever see Tara again?
I did.
And when was it that you first got to know Tara after high school?
When I was at Georgia Southern, I talked to her several times during that time.
Okay. Was there ever an occasion in which your relationship with her went beyond friends?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
2005, 2004.
How long before she went missing do you believe that your relationship had escalated?
How many months?
Months, years, whatever it is.
It's around 8 months, I think.
Now, prior to that, had you been in contact with her on a regular basis before the relationship became more than friends?
Excuse me?
Were you in contact on a regular basis prior to those 8 months before?
Oh, yes, yes.
And go ahead and ask you, were you married in 2005 when your relationship turned to a sexual nature?
Yes.
During that time period, when you were involved in a romantic relationship with Miss Grinstead, how often would you see her?
Maybe twice a month. It was.
How often did you speak with her?
We spoke daily.
And in 2005, what different phones would you have had access to?
I had a cell phone.
Would that have been a personal cell phone or a work phone, or do you recall?
Yes, it's a cell phone. It's a work.
Work cell phone.
Correct.
Do you recall if you had a personal cell phone?
I did not back then.
Did you have a house phone at the time?
I did.
And I know we're talking about a number of years ago, but do you recall what your house phone would have been at the time? The number?
478-988-3026.
Very good. What about your cell phone back then? Do you recall what that number would have been? If you don't, it's okay.
I don't. I think it's a 338 number. I think, but I might be wrong.
And then what about your office? Would you have had a office phone?
I do.
And again, what department was that you worked for?
Perry Police Department, Investigative Division.
Do you know what the number would have been there?
My direct line is 988-2822.
Speak up just a little bit, please.
My direct line is 988-2822.
And what would have been the area code for that?
478.
Did you ever communicate with Tara on your cell phone?
Yes.
Do you recall if you ever spoke or called her from your house phone?
Yes.
And then what about the number at your work? Do you recall if you ever spoke with her or called her from that number?
Yes.
Now, I know it's been a long time, but do you recall how long it had been since you saw Tara prior to her going missing?
It was the Wednesday, the 19th of October.
And do you recall when it was that she went missing?
Well, it had to have been Saturday night sometime, which would have been the 22nd.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention back to that Saturday. Did you speak with her on that date?
I did.
How many times did you speak with her?
I know of 2.
And was that on your phone, text, and what way did you speak with her?
Cell phone.
Cell phone. Did Tara have a cell phone?
Yes.
Did Tara have a house phone?
Yes.
At the time, did you have both of those numbers as well?
I did.
Was it unusual that you might communicate with her on both of those numbers?
Yes.
It was unusual or it was not?
It's not unusual. No, it's not unusual.
Did there come a time in which you were unable to get in touch with Tara?
Yes.
And what was the day of the week, at least, that occurred?
That was Sunday morning.
When you had last spoken with Tara, had you had plans at that point to see her?
We had talked about it the night prior.
Okay.
And I said if I could work it out, I would try to see her Sunday.
And when you say you would try to see her Sunday, was there a plan for where that would occur, that meeting would occur?
Well, I would just have called her and we'd have met up.
So would it have taken place at her house, your house, somewhere else?
Probably her house.
Her house. How far was the drive from your residence to her house back then?
Hour 25 minutes,
And what about from your work to her house?
about the same.
So tell us what you were doing Sunday morning and how that day played out, please.
When I got up Sunday morning, actually, I went deer hunting with a couple of friends, got back to the house. My kids had a fall festival at their school.
Yes, sir.
And we went to the Centerville Elementary School where we went to fall festival. After we left there, we grabbed something to eat, I think at Larry's Subs. From there, I was in contact with a guy I was supposed to go deer hunting with that afternoon, and told him that I was going to be hunting in Hawkinsville that afternoon, and basically went by a friend of mine's house in Hawkinsville, Mr. Cootie, and visited with him up till the time I went deer hunting.
Okay. During this time period, did you attempt to reach Tara?
Several times.
Did she ever answer?
Never.
When she did not answer, what did you do, if anything?
I left a message on her house phone.
Into Saturday night, Sunday, did you ever speak with Tara's mother, Faye Grinstead?
I did.
How did you know Miss Faye?
She worked for my dad and grew up just, Hawkinsville's small like this town. Everybody knows everybody.
Okay. Now, to your knowledge, did Miss Faye know about your relationship with Tara?
I'm not 100% sure she knew the extent of it. She knew we were really close and real good friends.
Okay. Do you recall if you spoke with Miss Faye on Saturday?
No, I didn't spoke. I don't remember speaking to her on Saturday.
What about on Sunday?
Yes.
Now, Saturday evening specifically, I think I may have asked you this, but I want to be clear. Were you and Tara ever able to actually speak on the phone? Saturday night?
Saturday night, yes.
Okay. And then on Sunday, do you recall when it is that you would have spoken with Miss Faye?
It was late into the evening. She called me.
Okay. And after speaking with Miss Faye, did you do anything?
Yes, I decided to go down to Tara's house to see if I could find her.
At this point, would you say you had left a number of messages for Tara?
Oh yeah, a bunch.
Was it usual that she would not call you back or respond to your messages?
No.
Why did you drive to Tara's residence that night?
Because I was worried about something was wrong. I just knew it wasn't like her character to not respond, not answer, just completely go.
When you spoke with her on Saturday, I apologize, did I interrupt you?
No, ma'am.
When you spoke with her on Saturday, what was her demeanor?
She was kind of down. She was, I don't know, kind of sad. I tried to, talk to her and cheer her up. Try to be funny with her. And basically, when we hung up the phone, about 5 or 6 seconds later, after we hung up, I called her right back, and she answered the phone, and she seemed to be in a better mood then, and so.
Did you have any reason to think that, did y'all have a fight or an argument on Saturday?
No.
When you went to Tara's house, what did you do, if anything, on Sunday?
I pulled up in the driveway, and it was late, probably around 12 a.m. I called Miss Faye and told her I was there, and that I went to the front door, knocked on the door several times, walked around. The dog was barking.
Yes, sir.
She had a dog named Dolly. It was barking. I walked around to the fence and patted it, calmed down. And I walked back over to the carport where a car was, and I put my hand on top of the car to see if it was warm, and it was cold.
Yes, sir.
I tapped on the window up there trying to see if put my knuckles and hit the window to see if, somebody would hear me.
Which window would that have been?
I'm gonna be honest with you, I think it's the front one that I could see some ambient light in there, like a computer screen.
Yes, sir.
Was lit up, like a screensaver was lit up, and I could see the ambient light in there, but that's all you could see. It was very dim.
Yes, sir.
And I just banged on it, trying to get somebody to come to the door. And I called Miss Fay. At that point, I called Miss Fay after exhausting all attempts to try to, make contact with her.
Yes,
and asked her what she wanted me to do. She had a neighbor by the name of, she called him Mr. Joe. I don't know his last name, Portier or something. Anyway, I asked Miss Fay at that point, did you want me to go over to Mr. Joe's house and see if he knows anything, if he's heard from her? And she told me no, it was too late, that she would contact Mr. Joe in the morning and have her check on Tara.
When you were at Tara's house outside, do you recall if you actually called her home phone as well, trying to get her to answer?
I'm sure I did. And I left a business card. I took my business card out of my car, and I put a note on the back of it, and I stuck it on the door, put it in the wedge of the door.
Showing basic counsel of the United States Exhibits 40, 41, and 42. States Exhibit 40 and ask you if you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize States 40?
That's the house that Tara Grinstead lived in.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of what that residence would have looked like back in October of 2005?
It is.
Now I'm going to show you States Exhibit 41 and ask you, do you recognize the area depicted in States 41?
I do.
And what do you recognize that area to be?
The little walkway going up to the...
Okay. I know I'm close to you, so you're talking low, but I need you to talk a little bit louder for me. What is that?
The little walkway going up to the front door.
Okay. Now, specifically, the item that I'm pointing to in States 41, do you ever recall seeing that item?
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. We're having mic problems all day today.
All right. No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay, and then I'm going to show you a closer up of that, States 42, and again, ask you that question. Do you ever recall seeing that specific item before, States 42?
I do not.
As it relates to States 41, other than the item that I've just pointed to, does that appear to be a true and accurate depiction of what her yard would have looked like back in October of 2005?
It does.
All right, this time I would tender in evidence States Exhibits 40 and 41.
Any objection or board aye? Thank you, Mr. Merchant. 40 and 41 are admitted without objection.
And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 43. And you can take that out if you need to, take a look at it. But can you tell me if you recognize what's in States 43?
That's my business card.
And that particular business card, is there any writing on it?
It is.
And whose writing is that?
It's mine.
Right. Does that appear to be the business card that you left in Tara's door back in October of 2005, the evening you were unable to reach her?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I would tender in evidence States Exhibit 43.
Merchant, any objection? Okay. That's admitted without objection. Thank you.
Can I publish this to the jury?
That'll be fine. Ms. Watkins, if you'll help us with our screen, thank you. You gonna put it on there?
I'll try it.
All right, good. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, y'all seen that image on your screen? Thank you.
Okay. Do you see that image as well, sir?
I do.
Okay. Let me see if I can. For some reason, it's crooked. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there?
That's Tara Grinstead's house.
And again, here, the vehicle that we see, do you recognize that vehicle?
I do.
Whose vehicle was that?
Tara Grinstead's.
Okay. And had you specifically seen Tara driving that vehicle before?
Yes.
Now, the window that you said, or excuse me, the door that you said you knocked on that evening, do we see that door in this picture?
We do.
Would that be this door that's it's open in the picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, do you recall, I think you said you went over in the back to see Dolly, the dog. Which way would you have gone to see Dolly?
Looking at the picture to the left on the other side of the car.
So this way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, do you know which side of the residence Tara's bedroom was on?
Would be on the right side.
So over here?
Correct.
These windows that we see here, and again, I know it's been a while, but do you recall what room those windows went to?
I think it's her bedroom.
Okay. And do you know if there were any windows on the other side of the house as well? There weren't, or you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. Now, you talked about knocking on some windows that evening. Do you see the window that you would have knocked on that evening in this particular picture?
I believe it's the front one for the far left.
The front to the far?
The three windows you see in a row on the far left.
Here?
Correct, that one that you got your finger on.
Sorry, it's upside down for me, so that
Okay.
my left and right are different. Okay, so these windows right here?
Yes, ma'am.
And what room do you believe those go into in the house?
That's the den area.
Okay. Do you recall if you walked around, in addition to walking in the back to see Dolly, do you recall if you walked around anywhere else in the residence?
In the carport there.
Okay. Now, do you know if there was another entrance to the residence in the carport here?
There was.
Did you ever know Tara to use that residence? That entrance?
I did.
And do you recall if it was actually blocked off on the inside or not?
I think it was. I never went in that area, but I think it was like maybe a laundry room or something was in that area. But there, I did knock on that door as well.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as
That we were just looking at?
Exhibit 40.
All right, thank you.
Exhibit 41, and again, we indicated when we were talking earlier, this particular item that I'm pointing at, have you ever seen that item before, the one that's exhibited in States 41?
I have not.
Okay. However, this area, what is that depicting?
Like a little walkway going up to her front door.
Okay. Specifically, these steps, would they have approached or gone away from the front door?
I think they were going out towards the driveway, I believe is how it went.
Okay. And in the opposite direction, would they have gone toward the door?
Correct.
Okay. When you approached the door that evening, this particular item that we see in the straw, would that have been in front of you or behind you?
Behind me.
Okay. And what time of day or night was it that you were out there?
12. Midnight.
Okay. Did you have a flashlight out?
No.
Did you, I know we're talking about days where cell phones probably didn't have lights on them, but did you ever recall using any light to be able to see the yard that evening?
No, I just...
Were you looking for anything specifically in the yard that night?
No, I just focused mainly on the house and knocking on the door and seeing someone's home.
Do you have any way of telling this jury whether this item in States 41 was there the night that you were at her house? Do you have any way of knowing if it was or was not there?
I don't have any way.
Do you have any way of knowing?
No.
You don't have any way of knowing? Okay.
I don't know if it was there or not.
And then State's Exhibit 41.
I'm good, thank you.
This is exhibit number 43. Again, can you tell the jury what they're looking at? Exhibit number 43.
That's my business card
Okay.
with my cell phone number on it.
And where did you leave this particular business card?
In the door, front door.
Did Tara have your cell phone number?
She did.
Then why would you have left your cell phone number on there?
I don't know.
As law enforcement, when you're leaving your card in somebody's door, do you generally leave your cell phone number on it?
I do, and what I'm thinking is probably already, I probably pre-wrote it on there on my business cards because I do, in my job, I do what is called neighborhood canvasses, and I go out and I leave my cards on people's doors. So I probably just wrote it on there, and it was just one of my cards that had my number written on it.
Okay. And I know earlier you weren't positive about what your cell phone number was back in 2005, but looking at this particular number, with that, you said that would have been your cell phone number at the time?
That's it.
I'm going to do this portion. Okay. Have you ever had an occasion to hear the messages that you left on Tara's home phone back in October 2005?
I have.
Show of Faith comes from Marketing Estates Exhibit 200. Madam Clerk, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 200 and ask you if you recognize that.
I do. It's the CD with the phone messages, and I reviewed it on 8/2/2021 in your office in the tip
Now, how do you know that specific CD is the one that you reviewed in my office?
because I initialed it.
And having had a chance to listen to that recording, do you recall if other persons had left messages on the cell or on her home phone as well?
I think there was a few messages from other people.
Okay. What about Faye Grinstead? Did you know her voice?
I do.
Okay. And if you were to hear Miss Faye Grinstead's voice, would you know it?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not Miss Faye's voice is on these recordings leaving messages for her daughter?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I would tender an evidence State's Exhibit 20.
Any objection, Mr. Okay. No objection. That's it.
First, the record though, since it contains multiple statements,
All right, you don't object to, I'm assuming, Mr. Dykes or Ms. Faye Grinstead's messages. Is that correct? All right.
And Your
Any
Honor,
further-
as you can tell, I skipped to number 200. I wasn't going to play it with him, and I decided I would. I'm only going to play a portion of it now. The remainder will be played with the investigators who reported it.
All right. You intend to play his messages now. Is that
Some of his
correct?
messages, not all of them.
Okay.
I just want him to be able to identify if that's his voice, Judge.
I'll be fine.
Did you know a gentleman by the name of Jim Hickey?
I did.
Okay. How did you know Mr. Hickey?
I don't personally know him. I just knew him of Tara mentioning him.
Hang on.
You have one new message and 28 old messages. Monday, 10:19 a.m.
Hey, listen. And Judge, I'm going to fast forward. This is kind of, it'll make sense later, but I'm going to fast forward through that. Just get started over.
Friday, 5:47 p.m. Hey, Sarah, this is Connie Griffin. Sunday, 6:23 p.m. Sunday, 6:26 p.m. Okay, it's there. The next page, you have to make it 10. You're okay. It's just 4 or so. Okay.
Paul, obviously with the feedback we're having today, it's very difficult to hear, but were you able to hear the voice on that audio?
Sound like yes,
Okay. And did you recognize that voice?
it's my voice.
And you were about to say it sounds like something. Are you able to make out what you were saying in that?
I think you could at least page me.
Okay. What did you mean by that?
Page me with a pager back in.
So for those who may not know what a pager is in our jury, can you explain what that is?
Back before the cell phones were an item, we had pagers and we were on call, and you could page the number and it'd beep. Basically, it just looked a little square pager.
Okay.
It just-
And did you have a pager back then?
I did.
Did Tara have your pager number?
She did.
Okay, I'm going to restart it, and that's at 5:38. Sorry.
Sunday, 7:34 p.m. Okay, yeah, please do it, Paul. Trying to get word about you now. Okay, just let me know you're all right. If you're there. I'd like you to not call all day. Please let me hear from you.
The person that we just heard, did you recognize that voice?
I did.
And who did you recognize that person to be?
It's me.
And were you able to make out what you were saying? That was a little more audible.
I just was pleading with her to call me and let me know she's okay.
I am skipping forward. It's starting at 15:03.
I want to talk to you. You take me home. Have you, not answered the phone about it? I want to talk to you. Pick up. Please call her. Sunday, 10:11 p.m. It's me.
I'm going to pause it there at 15:51. Again, whose voice was that we just heard on the message?
It was mine.
And we're able to hear a sound, actually two sounds in that. Were you able to hear two sounds that were not your voice?
Yes.
Okay. What was the first sound, or what did you hear that stood out to you?
Me Me knocking on the door,
And then what else did you hear?
dog barking.
Would that, whose dog would that have been?
Tara's.
At this point then, would you have been at her house?
Yes.
I'm gonna restart that at 15:51.
Sunday, 11:44 p.m. That drove all the way down here, 12 o'clock at night. And he came on into the victim still up here. That's very considered community. Monday, 12:04 a.m. Monday, 12:27 a.m.
Tara, get this message, would you please call me back? Called you all afternoon all night, and I haven't been able to understand the word. Please get your call done.
The message we just heard from 12:27 a.m., do you recognize that voice?
I do.
And who do you recognize that voice to be?
Miss Faye Grinstead.
Restarting.
Monday, 12:28 a.m. Hey, Karis, worried about you. I called your mama now. She said you can't get hold of you either. You just let me know you're all right. I appreciate it. Just tell me you're okay. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. Let me know you're okay. All right. Get this message calling. Love you, Pop. Monday, 12:45 a.m. Monday, 12:58 a.m. Early morning, small ass message I'm waiting. I want you to call and let me know you're okay. Pick up the phone if you're there. Call me. Bye. Monday, 7:19 a.m.
The course is up right now, but I'll stop at 18:09. I'll close the rest of it. Did Tara ever call you back?
No.
And, without telling me what anyone told you, did there come a time when you became aware that law enforcement was involved in this case?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of who told you that? I don't want to go into detail of what they said, but who was it that let you know law enforcement had been called?
Well, I called Miss Faye the next morning to see if she showed up for school, and Miss Faye said she had not shown up, and that Joe and a teacher were going to go over to the house and check the house for her. And I told her to go ahead and contact the local law enforcement agency and let them know she needed to file a missing person report, that, she wouldn't have missed school and not called in. So at that point in time, I knew it wasn't good.
What did you do, if anything, at that point?
I waited on Miss Faye to call me back. She called me and told me that they had gone in the house and she wasn't in there.
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, I took off work and I called the local GBI office, Gary Rothwell, which was at the SAC at the time, and told him what was going on, and didn't know if they had requested their assistance yet, but that, I felt that it needed their attention.
Did you actually come to Ocilla?
I did.
And did you wind up speaking with Gary Rockwell as well as other agents that day?
I did.
Were you forthright about the kind of relationship you had with Ms. Grinstead when you spoke with GBI agents?
I did.
Were you cooperative in the investigation?
I was.
Through the course of this investigation, essentially until February of 2017, did you consider yourself to be a person of interest by the GBI?
I think I was. I mean, I felt like I was being.
And do you know how many times you were questioned by the GBI?
No.
Do you recall if the GBI took any of your devices, such as your work computer or anything of that nature, for evidence?
I turned it over to them. My workstation at work, laptop, and cell phone.
And I want to direct your attention back to a date prior to what we've just heard, when Ms. Grinstead had gone missing. Do you recall a time where you were at Ms. Grinstead's residence and someone else came?
Yes.
And do you recall how long that was before she went missing that weekend?
No, ma'am.
Do you think it would have been more recent or further away in time? If you don't know, it's okay, but
I would say a couple months, maybe.
where were you when the person came to Ms. Grinstead's door that day?
I was coming back from Valdosta, dropping off evidence to the crime lab down there, and she had called me and we talked, and she asked me to come by her residence. So I got off the interstate and I went by her residence and walked in, started towards the kitchen, pulled the chair out at the kitchen table and sat down, and immediately, as soon as I sat down, somebody started banging on the door.
Okay. Did you go to the door?
No.
Did Tara go to the door?
She did.
And when Tara went to the door, could you hear what was going on outside?
Yes. Well, she looked out the window first to see who it was, and she said, "Oh my God." And I said, "What is it?" And she said, "It's that crazy Anthony."
Okay. Prior to that date, had you ever heard of anybody named Anthony?
Didn't have a clue who he was.
And other than the things that she said to you about him that date, did you ever talk to her about him again?
No.
Were you able to hear anything that actually was said between the two of them outside?
He was screaming, "Please talk to me, please talk to me. Please come outside and talk to me." And he was like in a panic, like some emergency or something.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to whether or not Tara Grinstead was having a romantic relationship with Anthony Vickers?
I do not.
Did you ever actually speak with Mr. Vickers that day?
No. I came to the door, and he started, seeing my presence seemed to agitate him. And he started, using profane language towards me and cussing. And Tara said, "Just go back in. It's not, not going to help anything." And I saw the local law enforcement pull up. I don't know who called him. Somebody called him. He was out there screaming and hollering at her. And I said, "Well, you need to come back in because I don't know what this guy's problem is, but he seems out of control. I don't want you to get hurt." And she says, "I got it." And they came up, and he lit right into them as soon as they came up. And I told her, I said, "Let me know if they need to talk to me. I can tell them what I witnessed."
Yes, sir. On that particular evening, did you give a statement to law enforcement?
They never came in. He was arrested, and they left.
Did you ever give a statement to law enforcement about that incident?
I did.
Was that before or after she went missing?
Before.
Did you ever have any further conversations with Ms. Grinstead about the person Anthony Vickers?
Oh yeah, that's I was curious what all that was about.
Okay. Now, did you know of someone by the name of Marcus Harper?
I did.
And how did you know about Marcus Harper? Or what did you know about him?
I just knew it was an ex-boyfriend of Tara's that was in the military. That's basically it.
Okay. To your knowledge, at the time that she went missing, what was the status of their relationship?
I think they were broke up. I'm pretty sure they were.
Have you ever, are you aware of any incident that took place a few weeks before Tara was murdered in which she became emotional about Marcus?
She told me about an incident where he accused her of reading his emails.
Okay.
And she was distraught about it, and she really didn't elaborate a whole lot on it other than it scared her. She was real upset.
Through the course of this investigation, were you asked to provide a sample of your DNA?
I was.
And did you agree to provide a sample of your DNA?
I did.
Showing opposing counsel on Mark State's Exhibit 201. I'm going to show you what Mark State's Exhibit 201. Ask you to take a look at that for me, please. Do you recognize States 201?
I do.
And how do you recognize States 201?
It's a consent waiver to get saliva.
And is that a true and accurate copy of the consent waiver that you signed in this case?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time I will tender it that States Exhibit 201.
All right, any objection on board action 201? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Merchant. That's submitted without objection. States 201.
May I publish that to the jury, Judge?
Yes.
Looking at States 201, the signature that we see here, whose signature is that?
That's my signature.
And do you recall, or does this indicate to us who actually collected your DNA sample that day?
Bill Botchery with a GBI.
No, I was going to say, did you know Bill Baudry before this date?
I knew who he was.
Did you know any of the other agents or law enforcement who investigated this case?
Yes.
And looking at this particular waiver, can you tell us what was the nature of the investigation that was ongoing as of November of 2005?
Missing person.
Now, for our jurors who may not be familiar with how DNA samples are generally collected, in addition to having consented to having your DNA collected, have you ever collected DNA from persons in your job?
Yes.
And what is the method by which we normally collect DNA for testing?
It's a cotton swab, and we swab the mouth area, around the cheeks, tongue area.
And is that what occurred in this case when you gave your sample?
Yes.
Now, do you recall specifically when I'm moving around, I apologize, but I want to go back to that Saturday evening. When you spoke with Tara, do you recall what time of day or night it was?
It was late because I had fallen asleep in the chair watching, I think it was the Alabama LSU game, I think it was, and I fell asleep. And we've been watching college football all day. And so I'm going to say 10 and 11-ish.
And when you spoke with Tara, was that on her cell phone or her home phone? Do you recall?
I want to say her cell phone, but I'm not 100%.
Do you recall when you spoke with Tara if at any point she indicated that she was not yet home that evening?
The understanding I got from her that night was that she was at home. And she said she was cold. It was cool.
Okay.
And she was at home.
What did that mean to you when she said she was cold or she was cool? Did you know what she meant by that?
She just said it was cool out and she was cold.
Okay.
You to join us, please. You got your hands on all the exhibits you need?
Sure we do. Thank you.
I've been doing this for a while, and I finally discovered there's no such thing as a 5-minute recess. I don't think it's always longer. All right, at this time, Mr. Merchant, you can undertake your cross-examination.
Captain Dykes, my name is John Merchant. I represent Ryan Duke. We've spoken previously, but it's good to see you today.
Yes, sir.
At the time that you went to Tara's house that night, that Saturday night, how many years had you been working as a law enforcement officer?
The night I went to her house, what's back 15 years, so 15 years. I'm right at almost 30 years now, so 14 years.
At that time, were you a captain?
Yes.
Did you have leadership responsibility at the Perry Police Department?
Yes.
And so were you instructing other law enforcement officers on how to do their job?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and part of that was how to do a scene investigation?
Yes, sir.
Had you provided any sit-down training, or was it all field training for these officers?
Most we have an FTO program, which is Field Training Officer Program in our department. When an investigator comes to the Criminal Investigative Division, and it's usually a 3-4-month program that they shadow with another detective to learn the ins and outs.
And so you were the person whom they shadowed in order to learn how to do their job?
No, usually it's a more senior detective is usually who they do it.
But you were well versed in scene investigation techniques at the time that you went to Ms. Grinstead's house that night?
Yes.
And you drove 1 hour and 20 minutes one way to get there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Fair to say that before you even got to her house, you were very concerned for her and her safety?
Yes.
And the point of you going there was to try to figure out whatever you could about what had happened and why she wasn't responding. Is that
Right,
fair?
correct.
You had left her several messages by the time you got there.
Yes, sir.
When you got to her house, did you park directly behind her car?
I did.
All right, I think I have it up. This is State's Exhibit 40. You can take a look at that. So when you got out of your car, did you go directly to the front door?
Yes.
And then you left the front door porch area and went back to the carport. Is that correct?
Went to the front door, knocked on the door, which caused the dog to start barking. I walked back towards the carport area because there's a chain link fence the dog was in, and looked under the carport, didn't see any lights under the carport, then calmed Dolly down, and then came back and knocked on the, I put my hand on the hood of the vehicle, back of my hand, just laid it on the hood, and it was cold.
So when you left the carport area, is that when you went back across the front to Ms. Grinstead's master bedroom window?
Right. Well, actually, if you're looking at this picture here, and I reckon the best way to describe it, looking at it, the far left window that you can see is the window I could see the ambient light in, like a computer screen is the best way to describe it, like a screensaver that was on a computer. And it was, and I couldn't tell which room it was coming in, but it was dim light. And I knocked on the window.
But that was, as the picture that we're looking at, is that on the right-hand side of the house?
No, it's on the left hand.
The left-hand side?
Yes, sir.
What I'm trying to figure out, sir, I'll show you State's Exhibit 41.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that these stone pavers or whatever you had referred to them, these are the walkway up to her front porch, correct?
That's correct.
And the specific item that the state referred to is the glove, right?
Correct.
The glove was white.
Yes.
How many times did you cross over this area of the yard while you were investigating what was going on at her house?
Once going to the house and once going back to my car.
So 2 times you crossed over that area?
That's correct.
Fair to say you were trying to be alert to see if there's anything unusual in the yard?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, and I guess from your statement, you mentioned you didn't see anything unusual outside the house, right?
Did not. There was a jack-o'-lantern that was lit up on the front porch. And that's the only thing specific other than Dolly that I remember seeing.
And I guess, are you still of the opinion that you would have noticed the glove if it had been there?
Hey, I think we're getting out of the vehicle. I was so fixated on the house when I was walking to it, focused on getting to the door, to knock on the door to see if she was there. When I saw her car there, I was kind of, okay, she's here. Car's here. She's here. And went straight, just kind of, I reckon, lack of a better word, tunnel vision, straight into the front door. That was the first place I went, straight up to it. I really wasn't at that point in time looking around for items or looking at that point. I was just trying to get her to the door to make sure she was okay. Now, I think I was on the phone when I walked back to the car with Miss Faye, getting an opinion that I need to get Mr. Joe up to come over, because I think she thought Mr. Joe had a key.
Okay, so your testimony is that you walked over that area twice.
Yes, sir.
And you can't say one way or the other whether you would have noticed it.
I can't. I did not see the glove.
May I approach, Judge?
Sure.
Mr. Dykes, do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a GBI report. It's the report of my interview.
Okay. Does it appear to be a complete and accurate copy of the interview summary that you gave?
It does.
Okay. Can I turn your attention, sir, to page 8 of 14?
8?
8, yes, sir. 8 of 14. At that time, you told the GBI there were no other vehicles at the residence, nor did he see any glove in the yard, which he thought he would have noticed had one been there.
That's correct.
Still true?
Yes.
Put up on the screen there what we marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1. Do you see that?
I do. It's the front door.
Front door to what, sir?
Tara Grinstead's house.
And do you see an upper lock on that door?
The additional lock?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Yes, sir. I do.
And what kind of lock is it?
Chain link?
Is it a lock that can only be locked from the inside?
Yes, lock. Yes.
How long were you at her house before you left?
10 to 15 minutes max. Maybe not that long.
And on the photo there, sir, hanging the photo, hanging
Okay.
on the door handle there, can you tell us what that is?
It's like chimes.
The chimes are designed to alert Ms. Grinstead when somebody opens the front door?
Correct.
Sir, you may or may not recognize this. You had talked about on direct exam about an area where the other door was located. Do you recognize this document?
I don't.
Fair enough. Sir, did you have an occasion to talk with Miss Grinstead about anything she was fearful of?
She was in fear. One of her biggest fears was somebody coming in her house and getting her.
Was that true in October of 2005?
Yes,
In fact, when we spoke, you mentioned that was her greatest fear, wasn't it?
that's what she had told me.
So if that was her greatest fear, knowing Miss Grinstead the way you did, do you have an opinion one way or the other as to whether or not she would have locked that upper lock when she was at that house?
At night, I would think she would, in my opinion.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
You read right, Ms. Hart?
Do you ever have an indication that she spent the night on Grinstead?
No,
So your indication that she was in fear of other persons, is that based on what she told you?
she told me that.
Did Ms. Grinstead ever talk to you about Marcus Harper?
She did.
And when Ms. Grinstead would talk to you about Marcus Harper, would it be fair to say that she indicated to you that he was abusive?
Correct.
When Ms. Grinstead talked to you about Anthony Vickers after that incident occurred, did she ever admit to you that she'd had a sexual relationship with Anthony Vickers?
She did not.
In fact, did she specifically deny having a sexual relationship with him?
She did.
Did Ms. Grinstead ever talk to you about Rhett Roberts?
Yes.
And when she spoke with you about Rhett Roberts, did she ever indicate to you whether or not they dated?
I think she did say that they had gone out before.
Do you recall Ms. Grinstead talked to you about her concern for Rhett Roberts and how she wanted to help him?
She did.
Would it be fair to say that Ms. Grinstead wanted you to have very specific ideas about things going on in her life?
Yes.
Other than what Ms. Grinstead told you, however, did you have any personal knowledge of any of those things?
No.
The evening that on Saturday, when you spoke with her and you said that she was initially down or upset, I apologize, I don't recall your words. Do you recall why it was that she was upset?
I don't know, other than, I was thinking maybe because I was with my friends doing stuff and then she was down in Ocilla with her friends doing stuff. I mean, that's only my guess. She didn't come out and say that that's what the case was, but she seemed, just distraught.
So let me ask you this, and again, I apologize, I know it's probably a touchy subject, but was Ms. Grinstead jealous when you would spend time with your wife and your family and not her?
No, she was,
Do you recall, I apologize, and I can let you look at your report, the summary of your report, but it looks like you still have it in front of you. Do you recall indicating to law enforcement that the reason she was down that night was because you got to stay at your house with your family and she had to go to somebody else's house?
Yes, I did. Yes, that's correct.
In order to make her feel better, what did you do? After you spoke with her on the phone and she was down, in order to make her feel better, what did you do?
I called her back and just was cutting up with her.
Did that seem to make her feel better?
It did.
Did Ms. Grinstead like attention?
She did.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not Ms. Grinstead was actually fearful in her home, or perhaps she just wanted you to believe that?
The only thing she had ever mentioned to me about Marcus had come over uninvited several times, would just stop in and just come over, and that she didn't like it when he did that because unannounced, and
Did she ever tell you that she had actually gone to Marcus's house and beat on his window until he came to the door to talk to her?
No, she never mentioned that to me.
Did she ever tell you that just a few weeks before she went missing that she completely broke down on the side of the road because she found out Marcus was dating someone else?
No.
Did she ever tell you that she broke down and was so distraught that Marcus's stepmother and father had to actually come get her and take her away from, or take her back to her residence?
No, I didn't know any of that.
So I go back to, would it be fair to say that she wanted you to believe that she needed protecting from Marcus?
That'd probably be fair to say.
What about, would it be fair to say that she wanted you to believe that she needed protecting from Anthony Vickers?
Yes.
If you learned that in fact she had had a sexual relationship with Anthony Vickers, would that have changed your opinion as to the situation?
Mine and her situation? Most definitely.
Well, her alleged fear of Anthony Vickers on that evening. If you knew that she was actively in a sexual relationship with him, would that have made you see the situation differently?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if she actually had Anthony Vickers' phone number saved in her cell phone under the name Tony?
No.
Would that surprise you?
Yes.
And on the evening that you went to Tara's home, evening into the early morning of Monday, what was your primary focus?
No, repeat that, please.
What was your primary focus?
What was the
When
date?
you were when you went to her home on the evening, Sunday evening into Monday morning, what was your primary focus in going there?
To locate her, to make sure she was okay.
And were you looking for evidence of a crime, or were you looking for her?
Looking for her.
When you checked the hood of the vehicle, why did you check the hood of the vehicle?
To see if she just pulled up before I got there.
Okay. And if the vehicle had been warm, would that have been an indication to you that perhaps she was inside ignoring you?
Yes.
What would, if the vehicle had been warm, engine running, what would that have meant to you?
That she was probably at home or in the area.
And other than Ms. Grinstead being down that evening about the two of you being apart, did she seem in any way different from any other time?
No.
And when you gave her the attention she was seeking that evening, did it seem to change her attitude or her disposition?
It did.
I don't have any further questions.
Any follow-up, Mr. Murphy? Mr. Dykes, thank you for your testimony, sir. You're welcome to stay or go. I'm going to release you at this time. The only thing, please don't discuss the testimony you've given to this jury this afternoon with any other witness in the case until the case is concluded, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Have a good day, sir. You'll be excused at this time. Call your next witness.
Portier.
Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir. This is it right here. Step up there before you're seated. Mr. Portier, if you'll raise your right hand for me, please.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the trial of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. If you'll give your attention there to Ms. Harper, she'll direct your testimony.
Let me get you to introduce yourself to our jurors, please, sir.
Okay, I'm Joe Harlan Portier.
And Mr. Portier, what county do you live
live in Irwin County, 376 Magnolia Road, Ocilla, Georgia, Irwin County.
How long have you lived at that particular residence?
About 12 years.
I'm going to scoot back here. Thank you. I'm going to turn this down so the jurors can see you, sir.
Okay.
Back in 2005, were you living at that same residence?
No, ma'am.
Where were you living in 2005?
343 Park Street, Ocilla, Georgia.
And where is that in connection to this particular, to the courthouse? How far away is that?
About 3 blocks in that direction, I guess. I don't know what direction I'm sitting in. Yeah, west.
Okay. Who else lived with you at that residence on
Pardon?
Park? Who else lived with you at that residence on
My
Park?
wife,
And what is your wife's name?
Myrtle.
Now, Mr. Portier, you're a gentleman, so I can ask you this. How old are you?
Next month I'll be 80.
Your wife, Miss Myrtle, is she still living?
Yeah, but she's in the nursing home. Been there about a year.
And is that because of physical issues or something else?
No, mentally.
Okay. What is Miss Myrtle's memory like at this point?
I didn't hear you.
Sorry, what is Miss Myrtle's memory like at this point?
It's not.
Okay. Does she recognize you when you go to see her?
I believe she does, because she calls me Papa.
Okay. What about your children? Does she recognize your children?
No, Walter went out there yesterday, and she didn't recognize him.
Did you know someone by the name of Tara Grinstead?
I did.
How did you know Tara Grinstead?
She was my next door neighbor.
Okay. How long did Tara live next door to you and Miss Myrtle?
I'd say 3 or 4 years.
And did you know her before she moved into that house next door to you?
I knew her of them a little bit.
Did you know Mr. Billy and Miss Connie Grinstead when they lived here?
I knew of them. I wasn't really familiar with them that much, but I knew them.
Now, Mr. Joe, do you work still?
I do, every day.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm with the CPA firm in Ocilla.
And how long have you worked at that particular CPA firm?
60 years.
And the same one?
Same work, same one.
What's the name of that CPA firm?
It's changed several times, but now it's just me, CPA.
What do you do with that CPA firm?
Do audits and do taxes, mainly taxes.
And would you have been working, I guess, at that same place in October of 2005?
I was.
When Tara moved in next door to you and Miss Myrtle, were you just neighbors or did you get to know each other? What was the nature of your relationship?
Well, after a while, after she moved in there, she was, in and out of our house, and she become about like our daughter. Because we saw her a lot more than we did our own kids.
Yes, sir. Would you say, did you see her, how many times a week? How many times a week did you see Tara?
About every day.
Do you know if back in 2005 if Tara had a cell phone?
I gather she did.
Okay. Did you have a cell phone in 2005 that you can remember?
I did.
What about a house phone? Did you and Miss Myrtle have a house phone?
Yes, we did.
And then did you have a phone at your office as well?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to test your recollection. Do you know what your your office number was back in 2005?
Yeah, same one it is now.
And what's that?
468-7475.
Okay. What about your cell phone? Do you know what your cell phone number was back in 2005?
I'm not sure what it's the same number I got. I think it was. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, what number do you think it was? If you don't know, it's okay.
I don't really know. I mean, now then, I hate to give it out, but it's 424-5255 now.
We are
It was 468-5729.
Would Tara have known all of those phone numbers for you to be able to get in touch with you?
Yes,
And did you have Tara's home phone back then?
I'm sure we did.
Now, want to direct your attention to October 22nd, 2005. Do you recall the Sweet Potato Festival pageant going on that day?
I did.
And how do you recall that particular pageant?
Well, I was having a beauty contest.
Okay. Was anyone you know in that pageant that evening?
My little granddaughter.
Okay. How old would she have been at the time?
She was about 8.
Did you ever go over to Tara's house that Saturday?
I did. Me and my son were building deer stands out at the farm, and when I come in for lunch, my wife told me Tara had been over wanting me to come over to her house and see Mary Beth with her hair and makeup.
And did you go see?
I did. I walked over there to see her.
And what was your reaction to that?
I told Tara I didn't like it.
Why didn't you like it, sir?
I had an 18-year-old and not an 8-year-old.
Okay. Do you recall if at any point that day Tara came to your house?
No, she come over before I got there and told my wife to tell me to come over and see Tara.
Okay. Now, after you left Tara's house that day, after you had seen Mary Beth, did you see Tara anymore?
No.
Did you speak with Tara anymore?
No.
You mentioned something earlier about being at your farm Saturday morning. Can you tell us a little bit about that, sir? What kind of farm do you have?
It's about 350 acres west of town.
And back in 2005, I know you said you were at the farm in the morning. Did you go back to the farm in the afternoon?
I went back out to lunch and finished building deer stands.
What did you do after you finished building the deer stands?
Come back home.
Did you go to the Sweet Potato Festival pageant that night?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know, did your wife, Miss Myrtle, go to the pageant that night?
No, she didn't.
Do you recall at any point that weekend if you saw Tara's car home after you saw her at her house that afternoon on Saturday?
I don't remember looking. We're talking about 15 years ago. I know it was there that Monday morning.
You know what about Monday? I'm sorry.
I said I know it was there that Monday morning.
Okay. And how do you know it was there that Monday morning?
Well, we went over to the house after I got a couple of calls.
Okay.
Looking for her.
Now, sitting here today, do you recall who it was who initially notified you that they couldn't find Tara?
What, at the school?
Whoever. Who was the first person who said something to you about not being able to find Tara that Monday morning?
The policeman from Perry, Georgia, Mr. Dykes, he had called me that morning before I went to work wanted me to go over there and check on Tara. He said he had come down that night, and that would have been Sunday night.
Yes, sir.
And he knocked on the door and knocked on the window, and they couldn't get her to come to the door, or couldn't get her to answer the window. So he was concerned about her and wanted me to go and check on her, because he knew we had a key to her house.
Yes, sir. Why did you have a key to Tara's house?
Tara had given it to my wife one weekend that she went off and forgot that she might have left some counters on.
Yes,
so she gave my wife a key so we could check on stuff like that for her. And then I would check on her cat and her dog.
Now, let me ask you this. I know it's been a while, but if there were missed calls on her phone from Monday morning that showed they came from your office phone. Do you know of anybody else in your office that would have been calling Tara that Monday morning?
I do not.
Okay. So if there are phone calls from your office to her house that morning, do you think that may have been you calling her?
No, because I never did go to the office that Monday morning.
Okay. So you said there were phone calls from your office to her home phone that you don't think you're this?
That Monday morning?
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Do you know anybody else in your office who had a relationship or a friendship with Tara back in 05?
We had so many people that leave and come, and I don't know of any.
Okay. Let me see if I can get this pulled up. I'm afraid I'm going to need some more assistance. As you sit down, get your help for just a moment. Mr. Portier, I'm going to play you an audio from State's Exhibit 20, and I'm going to ask you if you recognize the voice on it, okay? Am I talking too loud for you? I feel like I'm screaming at you, but...
No, I'm a little hard to hear anyway.
Well, I apologize to everybody else if I'm screaming.
Sunday, 11:44 p.m.
Not this one. Hold on.
I drove all the way down here, 12 o'clock at night. And he took on me to different stuff, and I was very considerate of you then. Monday, 12:04 a.m. Monday, 12:27 a.m.
Here's this message that you please call me back. Charles called you all afternoon and all night, and I haven't been able to connect, so you know, it's worried. What is this all done?
Okay, I'm going to stop it right there. Could you hear that last voicemail message, or that last message?
Yeah.
And I know it's been a while, but did you recognize that voice?
I don't.
Okay. Now I'm going to skip forward, see if I can get to the right spot.
31 a.m. Hey, just gonna get on this one there.
What about that voice? Do you recognize that voice?
I don't.
You don't recognize that voice. Okay. So you don't know if that's your voice on that phone?
No, it wasn't me.
That wasn't you that we just heard. Okay. So you don't recall calling Tara that morning at her house?
No.
Fair enough. So tell us, after you got a phone call from Heath Dykes, what did you do, if anything?
Of course, I told him I wasn't going over to her house unless I found out that she wasn't there.
Yes, sir.
So I called Bobby Connor, who was principal of the school at the time,
Yes, sir.
on his cell phone, and he was out of town. I think he was in Atlanta at a school meeting.
Yes, sir.
But he got in touch with somebody over at the school for me and found out that her class didn't have her teacher in it. And she wasn't at school and reported at school.
So when you found out that she had not made it to school that morning, what did you do, if anything?
I called my wife at the nursing home and told her to come home.
Okay.
Something was wrong at Tara's house, and we needed the key to get in. So she come on home and got the key.
Is that the kind of, was it normal for Tara just not to show up to work?
I wouldn't think so.
Had you ever known her not to show up to work before without calling in?
I'm sure she wouldn't.
Okay. Now, did Miss Myrtle come home and get the key for you?
Yes.
Did you wind up going into the house, Tara's house, that morning?
Yeah, me and my wife, and I believe we was going with maybe Larry, Harper, and Dina. We all went in the house.
Okay. Now, who are Larry and Dina Harper?
Well, Larry was Marcus's daddy, and he's deceased now.
Yes, sir.
And Marcus was her old boyfriend.
Now,
And Dina was a principal at one of the schools over there.
who was the first person to walk in Miss Grinstead's house that morning when y'all went over there?
Me.
And what door did you go in to her house?
The what?
What door did you use to walk
The
into
front
house?
door.
The front door. Where did you go after you walked in the front door?
Well, we just kind of went up looking, trying to find her.
Now, I know this is probably a silly question, but I have to ask it. Did y'all find Miss Grinstead that morning?
No.
Do you recall, and again, I know it's been a long time, but do you recall if you ever looked in her vehicle?
Not at that particular time, because we were looking for a key.
Okay. Now, at any point, did you see a glove in the yard?
Yeah, after we found that she wasn't in the house, I walked back out on the porch and I called our chief of police, Billy Hancock.
Yes, sir.
I was on the city council at the time, and I had his cell phone number, and I called him on the cell phone and was telling him what was going on there, that we couldn't find Tara.
Yes, sir.
And that's when I noticed the glove out there and about 5 feet off our front porch. And of course, Billy or Mr. Hancock,
Yes, sir.
he come right on, him and a couple of policemen come right on to her house.
Yes, sir.
And when they got out of the car and walked up, I told Billy he might want to bag that glove.
Yes, sir. Now,
And I told him there was a couple of cigarettes butts, 2 over there by her car that he might want to get.
okay. Judge Matt, first witness? Sure. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 42 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yeah,
How do you recognize that?
that's the glove that was laying there in her yard.
Okay. And is that a true and accurate depiction of what it looked like that morning when you first saw it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to tender State's 42 into evidence.
Any objection? Should we leave without objection? Thank you, State 42. Just help us with our screen, please, Mr. Watson. Thank you.
If I do this right, the glove's going to show up on the screen in front of me.
Ladies and gentlemen, y'all see that exhibit?
So looking at State's 42, again, is this what the glove would have looked like when you saw it that morning? That screen right in front of you?
Yes.
Did you touch that glove?
No.
Now, I'm also going to show you what's already been entered into evidence, State's 41. Whoop, that's loud. Can you see the glove in this picture?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you first walked over from your house to Tara's house, did you see that glove laying out in the yard?
I did not when I walked over. I wasn't looking. I was, had my mind on finding her over to her house.
And show you State's 40. Do you know what you're looking at in State's 40? It's kind of dark, but can you see what you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay.
In front of her house.
That was her house. Looking at State's 40, which side did you live on?
On the right.
So it's backwards, so if I get my right and left wrong, apologize. But is that going to be this side?
Yes.
Okay. So when you walked over, do I understand that you would have walked from essentially the front of your house to her front door?
Yes.
And the glove, would it have been laying in essentially this area right here?
Yes.
Okay. And when was it that you did notice the glove, since you didn't notice it when you first got there?
When I was standing on the front porch calling Billy, just looking around, I saw her.
Did I just hear you say you were sitting, like you sat down on the porch when you called you?
I'm standing.
Standing, okay. I just want to make sure if I heard you right.
I don't think she had any chairs out on her porch.
Okay. Well, I didn't know you could have sat on the steps. I was just wondering. Now, did the chief arrive? Did Chief come over once you called him?
Yes,
And did you allow them to go into Tara's house? I mean, you have the key, right?
yes.
When you were in Tara's house, did you open any drawers in her house? Like bedroom drawers?
No, I didn't, no drawers?
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay. Did you touch anything in the house that you can recall?
I'm sure we did, probably touched everything.
Okay. What about the front door when you walked in? Did you have to open the front door to go in, touch it?
Yeah, it's locked.
No, you said it was locked. So I'm going to show you, let's see if it's up here. Yes. This is actually Defense 1. Do you recognize what you're looking at there, sir? It's okay if you don't.
Not really, I mean, it just looked like a lock.
Okay. So I'm going to point you up here. Can you see what I'm pointing at there on the door?
Mm-hmm.
What is that? What does that appear to be? Make you put your glasses on.
I don't know.
Okay. So let me ask this a little differently. Do you even recall sitting here how many locks Tara had on her door?
I thought she had the one, the entrance.
Would that be this one down here?
Yeah,
Okay. So do you even remember any locks other than this one?
that's the only one I remember. That's the only one I had one lock to get into the house anyway.
Do you ever recall having acknowledged that Tara would have used any other lock when she was home alone other than the one we just looked at?
No, I wouldn't have any idea.
We'll talk to you a little bit about...
No. Let me back up. I did find a note.
a note. Do you recall who that note was from?
Yeah,
Who was that?
from Mr. Dykes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 43, looks like. Get you, and actually we'll take it out so you can take a look at it better. Ask you to take a look at that for me.
Yes,
Do you recognize that?
yes. Who I might have given it to? I give it to somebody.
I'm going to show you the back of that particular item. Can you see that on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
And can you read that for us, please?
I come to see you. You are something making me worry about you.
Okay. Is this the note that you found that day?
Yes.
By the time you found this, had you spoken with Captain Dykes or had you not spoken with him?
No, he called me before I actually left the house that morning.
Okay.
And I had told him that he had told me he had come down and knocked on the door that night.
That Sunday, before the Monday we've been talking about, I want to talk about that Sunday a little bit more. Were you home that Sunday? The Sunday before y'all reported her missing, were you home?
The Sunday before,
Yes, sir.
I'm sure I was.
Okay. Do you have any specific recollection sitting here today about anything unusual that Sunday?
15 years ago, I don't know. We spent a lot of time out at the farm on the weekend. I built a swimming pool, and I had what I call my barn.
Yes.
With big screen TV, a kitchen, and a bathroom, and so forth. We had parties out there.
Yes, sir.
We'd spent a lot of weekends out there, and I could have been out there.
So again, sitting here today, do you recall anything unusual about that Sunday? No. And sitting here today, do you even know if you were home that Sunday?
That's right.
May I have just a moment, Judge?
proceed to cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Portier. My name is John Merchant. I represent Ryan Duke. We met briefly before you testified today, but I have a few additional questions for you, okay? So let's start where you ended. You said you didn't recall what you were doing Sunday. Would a summary of the GBI interview that you gave assist you in refreshing your recollection? Yeah, approach, Judge. Sir, if you want to turn to page 9.
Let's see where the page is, the number.
At the bottom left, sir.
Yeah, I got it.
Can you read that highlighted portion to yourself and see if that refreshes your recollection? You let me know when you're done, sir.
I'm trying to figure out if this is Sunday before.
If you look at the first sentence of that paragraph, does that assist you in refreshing whether it was the Sunday we're talking about here, 23rd?
Okay.
So did that assist you in remembering, sir?
I really don't. But I guess if it's I know I did go to Lowe's and buy a new lock.
Hold on, sir. Let me go ahead and ask you some questions now.
Okay.
If that refreshes your recollection a little bit.
Okay.
So did you go to Lowe's that day?
Yeah, that afternoon, yeah.
What time did you go?
It must have been, after 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
It looks like you went to work on some deer stands that evening. Is that true?
Yeah, we worked on deer stands.
And you were working on those until about 7:30 or 8 o'clock at night, right?
Yeah, probably.
So as you sit here, the best estimate as to when you might have gotten home from doing all that is right around 7:30 or 8 o'clock.
Probably, yeah.
So based on that, is it fair to say you really don't have any knowledge about people coming or going from Ms. Grinstead's house during the day or in the evening on Sunday?
That's right.
So you had the only spare key to her house, right?
Pardon?
You had the only spare key to Ms. Grinstead's house?
Yeah, my wife did. I guess I was on the spare key. We had one anyway.
And when you got to the front door was locked?
Yes.
When you put the key in, you were able to unlock the door and walk in the house?
Right.
You didn't have to pry it open, push it open, break anything like that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see any signs of forced entry on the door casing at all?
Of course, I wasn't looking, but I didn't see anything.
That's probably something that would have jumped out to you?
That would have jumped out.
You also had indicated you couldn't remember if Ms. Grinstead's car door was unlocked. Is that?
I don't remember, but I don't think it was locked.
And that's what I was going to ask you, sir. If you had a specific memory of whether it was locked or not locked when you opened the door of the car.
I don't.
You don't remember?
I don't remember, but I just don't think it was locked.
Well, let me go ahead and just turn your attention to page 11, sir, of this. Same summary. In the last paragraph, sir, of that, it's in the fourth line from the bottom. If you want to read that to yourself silently and tell me if that assists you in remembering.
I don't remember unlocking the trunk.
Well, let me ask you this, sir. Does that refresh your memory as to whether or not the car door was unlocked? It does. Okay, you can put that away now, sir. So, having refreshed your memory now by looking at this, was the car door unlocked or locked?
Must have been unlocked.
And to you, that was odd, correct?
Yeah.
She always locked her car door?
I thought she did.
And so when you went inside, there was no evidence and you didn't see anything that suggested there had been any kind of struggle inside the house?
Other than a bunch of girls in and out of her house that day.
Right. And from what I understand, it was, from what you could see, it was pretty consistent with a whole bunch of girls getting ready for a pageant on Saturday morning. So did you have an occasion to talk with Tara about Anthony Vickers?
Do I?
Did you have a chance to talk with Tara directly about Anthony Vickers?
Yeah.
And it was a communication between you and she, personally?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the court reporter here needs you to answer so that she knows what you're saying. Every day we use those head nods and stuff, but so you talked with her about Anthony Vickers?
Yeah, that was the only person she ever told me that she was afraid of.
And she did tell you she was afraid of Mr. Vickers?
Yeah.
And I guess there was an incident once at a baseball game that she got so scared that she never went alone again after that, right?
Right.
That she always asked you to go with her?
Right.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Ms. Hart? Ready, ready.
Mr. Portier, did Tara ever indicate to you whether or not she had had a romantic relationship with Anthony Vickers?
No, she did not. She was just being nice to him.
Okay.
Teacher.
So did she tell you that, or was that your assumption based on knowing her?
That was just my assumption. She never did say that.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that Tara had his number saved in her cell phone?
No, it wouldn't.
Why is that?
Well, you know, since he was a student, and I think he had some problems out at the private school and had to come back to the public school, and I think she was just trying to help him.
Okay. And that information, did you get that from Tara or from just hearing her around town, or do you know?
Just me.
Okay. Now, a couple of things, and again, I understand it's been a long time ago, but I do have some questions about, defense counsel just asked you some questions, so I want to ask you about the statement you gave back then. Do you recall, again, I know you were out at the deer stand, but on that Saturday, do you recall ever finding out if Tara came over to your house to visit with Miss Myrtle while you were gone?
That Saturday?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, she come over and told my wife for me to come over to see Mary Beth.
What about after that? Do you remember her having come over in the afternoon to see Miss Myrtle?
I think she come and sit with my wife a little while.
Okay. Now, when Tara would come over to your house, do you know if she normally locked her door or not?
I don't.
Okay. You also, on Sunday when you got home, you already talked to defense counsel about that, but do you recall if Tara's car was home when you got home that Sunday?
That Sunday?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was there.
Okay. Do you remember if it was daylight or dark when you got home that Sunday?
I don't. It's probably fixing to be dark.
I understand. Okay. Had you ever been in Tara's bedroom before that particular morning?
Hard to say. I don't know. I don't remember if I was.
Gotcha. I guess my question is, did you really have anything to compare it to? That particular day when you saw it on Monday morning, the way it was, did you really have anything to compare it to know how she normally kept it?
I don't.
Okay. And it's page 10 of the document you just sent to me. May I approach the witness, Judge? Sure. I'm going to show you that same document that defense counsel just showed you, the summary that law enforcement did from your interview back in 2005. This particular paragraph, second paragraph on the page, let me get you to read down to the end of this sentence to yourself. And let me know when you're done, please.
If I may, in order to refresh his recollection, he's got to indicate he doesn't remember. And I don't know if there's a question pending where he said he doesn't remember.
I asked it on direct, Judge. It specifically relates to whether or not he went to work that day. I asked it multiple times.
Okay.
That Monday. Okay. Having read that, does that refresh your recollection about whether or not you actually went to work that Monday before you went over to Tara's house?
No, I never did go to work that morning.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Do you think your memory about what happened would have been better back in 2005 or better now?
Probably been better in 05.
Okay. I understand. Mine would be too. I believe that's all my questions.
Just brief follow-up, Your Honor.
Sure.
May I approach? I'm going to hand that back to you, sir, just in case you don't remember. Do you recall Tara Grinstead telling you that Anthony Vickers beat on the door to her house so hard that he left blood?
Yeah.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Any follow-up? Mr. Portier, thank you for your testimony, sir. I'm going to excuse you this time. The only thing I'm going to ask you is don't discuss the testimony you've given to this jury this afternoon with any other witness until the case is concluded, okay?
Okay. What if I want to leave town on a mini vacation?
I think that'd be fine.
Okay.
All right. Have a good day, sir.
You too, good.
Call your next witness.
State will call Nina Causey to the stand.
Miss Causey, please. Anybody need a stretch, go ahead and take it. You're more than welcome. Hold down, please, Miss Causey. If you'll step up right there, please, before you're seated, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony.
Let me introduce yourself to the jury, please, ma'am.
Hey, I'm Dana Harper Causey.
And you just identified that your name is Harper Causey, so let me ask you, were you ever married to Larry Harper?
Yes,
How long were you married to Larry Harper?
24 years.
And were you married to him in 2005?
Yes,
Is Mr. Harper still living?
no.
When did he pass away?
February of 2019.
Now, do you know someone by the name of Marcus Harper?
Yes,
How did you know Marcus?
he was my stepson.
And what about Tara Grinstead? Did you know someone by the name of Tara Grinstead?
Yes,
Now, are you retired or still working?
retired.
What did you retire from?
From education, I was a teacher, and then I was a principal, and then I was at the board office as an assistant superintendent.
In 2005, do you recall what you were doing?
Teaching,
What did you teach?
elementary, 3rd grade.
Goodness gracious. Okay. How did you get to know Tara?
My daughter was made it on the junior varsity cheerleading squad. And although I had never been a cheerleader myself, after 2 tryouts, I still failed. I just said, well, I'd love to just do what I can do with them. And so that was the year that she started working at the high school, I think, unless she came the year before. I had never met her before though. But she came through the gym one day and came over and we were talking, and she said, well, I'd love to help you with the girls because I cheered in Hawkinsville. So.
And did she wind up helping you?
She did.
Cheerleaders?
She did.
How long did she do that?
Well, I only did it for a year.
Okay.
So then she took over after that.
And what about Marcus? Do you know if Marcus knew Tara?
At that time, no, he didn't know her.
Did he come to know her?
Yes,
Do you know how they met?
I don't.
Guess my question is, did you introduce them?
No,
Do you know if Marcus and Tara Grinstead ever had a relationship?
yes.
And do you know how long it was that they dated?
Several years. I'm not sure how long that would be.
Now I want to direct your attention to October of 2005. Prior to Ms. Grinstead being reported missing, do you recall any incidences in which Tara became particularly upset about a situation with Marcus?
Yes.
And how did you find out about that situation in which Tara was upset?
Well, there was one incident when she called and was just really upset, and they had a talk, and some things had happened, and she was so upset. I just went over to, I tried to talk to her on the phone, and then I just finally went over there to the house.
Do you ever recall a time in which you and Mr. Larry actually had to go pick her up from the side of the road?
Yeah, about, I don't know, a week or 2, 3 later maybe. She was on her way home from class. She was working on her master's degree, I believe. Might have been a doctorate, I don't know. Anyway, working on an advanced degree. She was taking classes in Waycross at night. And she was on her way home from that class, and she called me on the phone and was extremely upset and was really just sounding incoherent. I just told her to stop driving and pull over at the little airplane up there, and we'd come get her. So that's what we did.
At the time that incident occurred, that y'all had to go pick her up, do you know if she and Marcus were actually still in a relationship together? I think he had broken it off or tried to break it off, and she
was just extremely upset about it, yeah.
Now, when you got to the location of where she had pulled over, who went with you to that location?
Larry and my granddaughter that we were keeping that night.
Was Tara able to drive home?
Oh, no.
Who drove her car home?
Larry drove it home.
And when you got back to her house, had she improved any? Was she any more calm?
No.
What was she actually doing?
Crying, screaming.
Had you ever seen Tara act that way before?
No.
Did you or Mr. Larry enlist the help of anybody else to try to get her into her home that day?
We did.
Who all wound up being there to try and help get her into her house?
Well, we called Dr. Davis because he was good. He was close to her too, and then we got Joe because we couldn't find her house keys. So Joe Portier had a house key we knew, so we called him to let us in.
Do you recall how Tara got into the house that day?
Everybody just had to pick her up and try to carry her in.
When you left the house that day, had she calmed down at all?
No, maybe somewhat. She had cooled off some. Was so extremely hot when we got there. She had cooled off, but she was still crying and asking for Marcus and wanting me to call Marcus, and I just told her I just couldn't do that. I didn't want to get in anybody's business.
Do you recall if she ever called Marcus's mother that day, or if Marcus's mother came over that day?
I had heard, I think Marcus mentioned that, but I didn't know that except by what he said. So
you didn't see his name?
No.
Did Marcus ever come over that day? When you were there?
No.
And when Tara was so upset and screaming for Marcus, did she say what she was upset about? Was she explaining to you what had made her so upset?
Well, she had mentioned, she said it then, but had mentioned it a couple times before, is that I think they had dated like 6 or 7 years, and she, felt like she had given it all she had for 6 or 7 years, because I think she thought that, it was going to be a wedding. And Larry and I both thought that too. We just assumed that was what was going to happen, but it just didn't work out.
How long before she was reported missing did that incident occur? Do you recall?
Maybe a week, 2 weeks, but about a week and a half, I think.
How was it that you became aware that Tara was missing?
I was at school, and Mr. Portier called. I can't remember. He must have called Larry because I was in the classroom, and said that he had not seen her bedroom light on all day Sunday or Monday morning. It was not on, and her car was still under the garage. And so he just thought she must be sick. And we decided we would go check on her.
Before you went to check on her, were you familiar with whether or not she showed up for work that day?
She did not, I can't remember if I knew it then or if it was when we got to the house.
But at some point did you find out she didn't show up?
Yes, she didn't show up for work.
To your knowledge, in working in the school system, had Tara ever failed to show up for work without calling in the work?
Oh, no.
How would you describe Tara as an employee?
Oh, she was very dependable. She was very conscientious about her job. She loved the kids and went far out of her way to make sure that she was doing good instruction. She was a good mentor for the children. other students. I guess they were high school. They weren't children like I taught. So.
Even with the, what I'm going to call drama, that was going on with Marcus during that time period, did it ever seem to actually affect her ability to do her job?
Oh, no, no.
Did you go over to Tara's house that Monday morning?
Yes.
And when you arrived, do you recall who else was there?
Well, Larry, my husband, was there. And then Mr. Portier had the key, and he had to let us in because we didn't have a way to get in. Because she had an incident several weeks before that where she had just been sick.
Yes, ma'am.
And I went and to see about her. And
Now that incident when she was sick a few weeks before, did she miss school without calling in, or?
yes, she actually did. She had fallen asleep during the night because she'd been up most of the night and just overslept, but she was not able to go to work. So when I got there, I called the principal and told him she was too sick to come in.
Other than that, have you ever known her to not show up for work that long?
No.
So that morning, did you go into the house?
Yes.
And where in the house did you go?
Well, we just went in the front door.
Yes, ma'am.
Walked into the living room. I, of course, kind of turned to the right and went straight to the bedroom first to see if she was in the bed, and she wasn't.
Did you, I guess then it sounds like you knew where her bedroom was in the house?
Yes.
Anything seem out of place to you in the house at the time?
Well, her bed was not made, or if it was made, it was shuffled, you know, so.
Did you find that unusual?
Well, given the fact that the girls had been there that Saturday night getting ready for the pageant, no, because I don't know how many she got ready, but.
At the other times that you had been to her house, did you recall if she normally made her bed?
Yes.
She did.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else that you noticed about the house that was unusual?
Well, there were clothes, you know, kind of laying around. There was some jewelry out. The phone that was, I can't remember if it was the kitchen phone or the bedside phone, but it was laying on the floor in the bathroom. And so, of course, like an idiot, I picked it up and I was going to put it back on the headset, not thinking. But my husband quickly reminded me not to touch anything.
Okay. Did you wind up touching the phone? Or do you recall?
Well, I picked it up before I thought about it. I mean, I didn't think there was anything criminal going on. You know, I just was straightening up. I don't know.
And I guess to be fair, that Monday morning when you walked in there, did you have any idea that all these years later you'd have to testify?
No.
Now, do you recall seeing anything in the yard when you were at the house that day?
Yes.
What did you see in the yard?
Doctor's glove or medical glove.
Do you recall if you saw that when you first got there or not?
I actually remember seeing it as we were going up to the front door, yeah.
Looking at, actually, I'm going to have to turn it back up for you, the exhibit on the screen. Say exhibit 40. Is this an accurate depiction of what the house looked like essentially that day?
Yes.
And was her vehicle home?
Yes.
Do you recall where you parked when you got there?
No.
Okay.
No.
Do you recall where anyone was parked when they got there?
Mm-mm.
No. Do you recall whether or not anyone ever checked Tara's vehicles that morning?
At some point during the morning they did. We didn't go out there. I think when the police got there, or I didn't go out there to see about the car. I don't know about anybody else.
Do you have any personal knowledge if Tara's car was locked or not locked that
No, I don't.
Did you touch anything else in the house when you were there?
Yes.
Okay. Any idea sitting here what you may have touched when you were there?
The answering machine on her phone.
Why did you touch the answering machine?
Well, because it was blinking, and I thought, well, maybe I was trying to figure out where she would be, you know.
Yes.
And so I thought, well, maybe that was somebody calling, you know, leaving me. Maybe that would give me a clue.
And
I don't know. Just
were there
desperate to
messages?
find her. Yes.
I apologize. Did you recognize any of the people who had left messages that morning, or that were on there?
I don't recall that I recognized any of who the people were. There were.
And what about her caller ID? Did you ever look at that morning? I know you said you picked up the phone, but did you check her caller ID?
No, I didn't.
Do you recall if her cell phone was at the house or not?
It was.
And where did you see her cell phone?
I want to think maybe by the bed. It was plugged in charging. That was one of the first things that set off the alarm for me.
Why was that?
Well, just because we all carried our cell phones around with us, and
Even
so,
if it was surprising to you that she had gone somewhere without her cell phone?
yeah.
Now, did you touch the cell phone?
I don't think I did. I don't know. I don't think so.
Do you recall seeing anybody else touch the cell phone?
No.
Were you there when law enforcement arrived?
Yes.
Other than what you told this jury, did you do anything else at the house that morning?
I don't think so.
I want to change gears and go back to the Saturday before. So, talk about Monday. Let's go back to Saturday.
Okay.
Did you see Tara that Saturday?
I did.
Where did you see her?
I saw her across the street from my house at Dr. Davis's on his back patio. We were having a cookout.
Did you actually go to the cookout that night?
I did for a bit. I had to leave and go take my mom a plate when we finished cooking.
Do you remember if Tara arrived before or after you went to go take your mother a plate?
I can't remember because I had the baby too, so I don't know. I can't remember.
And I know it's been a long time ago.
Yeah.
But do you recall what Tara would have been wearing that evening at the cookout?
She had on, I know she had on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, and either it was either a jacket or a sweater, a crocheted sweater or something, but there was an outer garment over the t-shirt.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3A and ask you, does that appear consistent with what you saw her wearing that evening?
Yes.
And then I'm also going to show you on the screen in front of you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 2. Are you able to see that on the screen? Mm-hmm. And again, would that be consistent with what you saw Tara wearing that evening?
Yes.
After you saw Tara at Dr. Davis's residence that night on Saturday, did you ever speak with her again?
No.
Did you ever see her again?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Ma'am, when you walked up to the house, was the glove obvious to you?
Yes.
It stood out to you?
Yes.
Nothing further, objection.
All right. Ms. Coulson, thank you for your testimony, ma'am. I'm going to excuse you at this time. The only thing I'll ask you is don't discuss the testimony you've given to the jury today with any other witness in the case until the case is concluded, okay? All right, have a good day. You'll be excused, ma'am.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
State called Billy Hancock to the stand.
Y'all okay? Anybody need a break? All right, good afternoon, Chief Hancock. Appreciate your patience. Before you're seated, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the evidence you're going to provide in the hearing of this case is going to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Give your attention, Ms. Hart.
I'm Billy Hancock. I'm Chief of Police of the City of Ocilla.
And how long have you been Chief of Police in Ocilla?
29 years and 10 months.
Are you what we would refer to as a post-certified law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And I take it based on the 10 months that you're counting down your days to retirement?
Seems to be.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to October of 2005. Were you Chief of Police at that time?
Yes.
And in October of 2005, how many officers would you have had working for you at Ocilla Police Department?
12.
Were those patrol officers, investigators, a little bit of everything?
We only had one investigator. The rest were patrol. And that was also including myself.
That was going to be my next question. With a department of that size, are there occasions in which the chief actually responds himself to calls of this nature?
Yes.
Prior to October 24th of 2005, did you know Tara Grinstead?
Yes, I did. She was a local school teacher, history.
Did you know someone by the name of Marcus Harper?
Yes, he was a former police officer for the Ocilla Police Department.
Do you know if those two ever had a romantic relationship?
Yes.
And were they dating at the time he was working for you at the police department?
Yes.
Now, on October 24th of 2005, when you responded to the house, did you have any personal knowledge as to whether or not they were still in a relationship?
I did not. I didn't know for sure.
How was it that you wound up at Tara's house on October 24th of 2005?
I received a telephone call from Joe Portier, her next door neighbor, at about 10 minutes till 9 on that day.
And how do you remember what time it was?
I'm not sure. Maybe I wrote it down or just remembered. I mean, nothing earth-shattering that made me remember that.
And when Mr. Portier called you, was it on a cell phone, a house phone, a work phone?
I believe he called me from his cell phone. I'm not 100% certain.
And what about you? Did he call you on a cell phone?
I was on the cell phone, yes.
Where were you when he called you?
I believe I was standing in the parking lot of the Ocilla Police Department.
What did you do when you received the phone call about Tara?
I drove to her house.
How long did it take you to get to her house at that time, from the time you had the phone call?
We were 6 or 7 blocks away, so not very long.
Had you ever been inside Tara Grinstead's house before that day?
Not that I remember.
And when you arrived on scene, who else was there besides Mr. Portier?
There was Larry and Dina Harper and Mr. Joe Portier.
Do you recall if Myrtle Portier was present or not?
She was not there. I understood she had been there, but she was not there. That I remember.
That goes to my next question. When you arrived on scene, what was your understanding as to whether or not other persons had already been in the house that night?
I just remembered that he told me that Larry and Dina was at the house and that she had not shown up for work.
Who had not shown up for work?
Tara had not shown up for work.
Did you enter into her residence that day?
I did.
Who was with you, if anyone, when you went inside the residence?
We all three met in the front living room.
Who's the three that went in?
Myself, Larry, and Dina.
What about Joe Portier? Where was he?
Joe Portier was there.
And so I guess let me ask you.
That's 4 of us.
Well, was anyone in the house when you got there, or did they all meet you outside?
I remember that Joe was on the front porch. I think that Miss Dina may have already been in the house, and I'm not sure about Mr. Larry if he was standing outside or if he'd come on in. I know we all met in the living room.
When you all witnessed the living room, what did you do, if anything?
Just gathered information. as to the whereabouts of Tara, what they already knew.
Did they seem to have a lot of information about where she had been in the last couple of days?
Not that I remember. I know that they knew that she had not shown up for school, and that Joe told me at some point that maybe there was a beauty pageant on Saturday, and that that was the last he had seen of her.
Now, did you ever see any evidence or anything that jumped out to you as evidence in the case when you were at Miss Grinstead's house?
I remember pulling up. Her car was parked under the carport. I remember getting out, walking up to the front of the house, and seeing the glove in the yard.
Okay. May I approach, Judge? Sure. I'm going to show you what's in Martin State's Exhibit 44 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes.
How do you recognize State's 44?
That's the glove from that day?
Now, that picture, did you take that yourself?
No.
However, is that a true and accurate depiction of where that glove was located when you saw it on October 24th, 2005?
Yes.
Did you ever touch the glove?
No.
Let's sit this up. Judge, at this time I would tender an evidence State's Exhibit 44.
Judge, no judge think that's the view that our objection State's 44.
May I publish that to the jury, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. Before I do that, let's look at State's 40. Chief, can you tell us what we're looking at in State's 40?
That's the front of Tara's house.
Okay. Now, you just mentioned pulling up. Do you recall where it was that you parked when you got to Tara's house that morning?
I remember, to the best of my memory, pulling up in front of the house, almost like I would have been seeing what you see there.
Okay, so you would have...
I don't think I pulled in the driveway. I pulled down in the front of the house on the road.
So am I understanding you to say that essentially you think that the angle we're looking at in State's 40 is consistent with having been taken from about where you were parked? Is that...
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So when you approached her residence, did you walk over up the driveway or did you just walk through the yard?
I think I walked through the yard. I remember walking up the pathway, seeing the glove pretty close to what I think was the last paver in the yard, about 2 feet off to the right of it.
Okay. And again, is that the glove that you've identified in State's 44?
Yes.
Okay. We're also going to look at State's 41 that's already been tendered into evidence. Do you recognize what's depicted there?
It's the same thing, just a different shot.
Now, you talked about walking through the yard. Do you recall if it would have been, sorry, it's backwards for me. So would it have been from this direction or would it have been from over here?
The first direction that you pointed.
Okay. And so when you walked up, you said you noticed the glove. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. But I want to make sure I ask this. You didn't collect the glove?
No, I did not.
Do you know who collected the glove?
Bill Bars.
Now, at the time that you arrived on the scene, what did you know about why you'd been called that day?
One thing I really knew that she had not shown up for work, and that she was not at the residence.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not Ms. Grinstead had a cat?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall if you ever saw the cat that morning?
I believe that Joe was either petting the cat or putting the cat down. I think I remember the front door actually being open as I walked up to the house.
Do you recall if you saw a cell phone that was located in the house?
Yes. After we spoke in the front of the living room there, I did walk through the house, eventually making my way to the back bedroom, which was Tara's. I noticed that the cell phone was located on the nightstand beside her.
Do you recall if it was, I apologize, Chief, do you recall if it was plugged in charging or not?
I do, well, I remember a cord hanging from it. I do not remember checking it to see if it was plugged in the wall. I didn't do that.
Do you recall if Tara had an alarm clock or a clock near her bedside table?
Yes, there was a clock that was kind of on the floor between the nightstand and the bed, maybe a little closer to the bed, if I remember correctly.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 25 and ask you, is that consistent with what the bedroom looked like that morning?
To the best of my memory, yes.
Okay. And the clock that you're talking about that was on the floor, which side of the bed would that have been on?
On the same side as the nightstand, if I remember correctly.
So over here?
Yes, closer to the bed, though.
And was it plugged in? Best of your recollection?
Yes, I think it was.
When you were there, did Mr. Portier give you anything that he had found at the residence that morning?
When he and I, after the brief time I was in the house, he and I walked outside to look around the house. While walking, I remember him giving me a business card that he had said was in the front door or on the front door. That business card belonged to Heath Dykes.
Did you know who Heath Dykes was at the time?
Yes.
How did you know who Heath Dykes was?
I remember him from a previous incident between involving Tara.
Okay. Now, to be clear, that previous incident, did you actually respond to Tara's home in relation to that incident?
No, I did not.
Did one of your officers respond?
Yes.
And any information that you have about that particular incident, would that be first-hand knowledge or something you heard from somebody else?
Something heard from somebody else.
However, having spoken with your officers or read the reports, is that where you have heard Heath's name before?
Yes.
Did you actually collect that card from Mr. Portier yourself?
No, I did not. I told him to hang on to it, that somebody else would be getting the information from him at a later time.
Now, at any point, were any other law enforcement agencies called in to assist in this case?
Yes. After Joe and I walked through the yard, I remember calling for Detective Bars to come to the scene.
And you referenced him as Detective Bars. Who was that?
Detective Bill Bars.
Does he still work at the police department?
He does.
What's his current job with the police
He's
department?
currently a school resource officer.
At the time, however, what was his job assignment?
He was detective.
And did he arrive on scene?
He did just a few minutes after I called him.
How long had you been on scene when he got there?
Probably 10 minutes or less.
At the time that Detective Bars arrived on scene, were you involved in the investigation firsthand at that point?
No.
And then we talked about the GBI, I believe. Do you know when the GBI was called in?
I remember when Detective Bars came there, I remember him telling him what I had or what I knew of, and told him that we should call the GBI and so they could help us.
Now, did you, after that point, when the GBI is called in, essentially, who is the lead agency at that point?
They were.
And over the years that Ms. Grinstead
Those will be turned over to the GBI.
At this point, that's all the questions. Actually, I apologize. That's not all the questions I have. What county was the residence that Tara Grinstead lived at located?
Irwin County.
That's all the questions I have on this.
All right, any cross?
Yeah, Chief.
Hey.
So you saw the glove twice while you were on the scene?
Yes, sir.
Once when you walked to the front door, and then once when you came back out onto the front porch?
That would be correct.
And as you told me, it stuck out like a sore thumb.
Yes.
It was pretty obvious.
It was very obvious.
When you entered the house, did you see any signs of forced entry on the front door?
I did not.
Did the house otherwise look normal to you?
Yes, based on what I was being told, I think it looked normal.
There was nothing that stuck out to you that would suggest it was a crime scene?
Nothing.
And you looked at the floor when you were inside the house, right?
I'm sure I did. I look down when I'm walking. It's all right.
You finish your answer.
No, I'm sure I look down. I look down when I'm walking or observing the.
And did you, at any point, did you observe any kind of blood at all, whether new, fresh, old, any of that kind of thing on any of the floors?
I did not.
You and I talked at some point in your experience. You used a thicker plastic card to try to pry a lock, correct?
Yes.
And you told me that was much thicker than a credit card, right?
It's somewhat thicker. Yes, sir.
And you told me it took you a few minutes to pry the lock. Is that correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to assume it would take a lot longer to do, if it was even possible, with a regular credit card?
It is possible.
Now, at some point in November of 2005, you came to learn about a search that was conducted in Fitzgerald Farms Orchard, right?
Yes.
And you learned that from the Irwin County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And from what I understand, you don't remember exactly who told you that, but it was from your office.
Right.
And was it a deputy in the Sheriff's Office?
I believe so.
And without telling me what was said to you, was your understanding that there had been a report of a body being burned in Fitzgerald Farms?
And to jump in and interject, that would absolutely call for hearsay. An understanding that he got from hearing someone else talk about this hearsay.
Well, I'm not asking him to disclose exactly what he said. As a law enforcement official, I'm asking him to report what was reported to him as part of an investigation.
Correct. You get the phone.
You know, that's not what the evidence was. He said he had heard it from a deputy, not that it was reported to him. But again, an understanding, as it's been asked, is asking him for hearsay.
I sustain that objection.
So did you ever come to learn that a body had been reported burned?
And just I'm going to object again. Come to learn is going to be from hearsay. Unless he was present there himself, it's hearsay.
Unless he was present where?
Wherever he's talking about the location of Fitzgerald Farms. He's just said, did you come to learn? Again, he would have learned that from hearsay, based on what his testimony said.
Let me see if I can do it this way. Did you ever get a report from any Irwin County Sheriff's Office deputy or other employee reporting that there had been a body apparently burned in the Fitzgerald Farms orchard?
Do you mean like are you asking me about a written report, or are you asking?
Yes, sir.
I do know now that there was a written report. I'm not sure I knew that then.
Did you ever report the information you received in November of 2005 to any other law enforcement official?
No, I don't remember that.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Any follow-up? Ms. Hart?
Yes, sir. When, in the days after Ms. Grinstead was reported missing, did press begin to come to the area?
Yes, lots.
And based on the amount of publicity that this case got in those days and weeks, did that affect the number of tips and information you were receiving at the police department?
Yes, I would say so.
In your years in law enforcement, had you ever seen that many tips, information, psychics, whatever it was, giving information on a case in Osceola, Georgia?
Absolutely not.
Would it be fair to say that it began to overwhelm your department?
We were definitely overwhelmed.
What about in your work with the GBI? To your knowledge, were they receiving the same amount of tips at that point? Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not the GBI was receiving tips?
Yes, they were receiving tips.
Okay. Do you know if it was the same amount you were receiving, less, more?
I would imagine it was more.
And the information that defense counsel has just asked you about, specifically a report from a deputy in Irwin County. Back in 2005, well, let me ask it this way. Sitting here today, do you have any recollection of seeing that report back in 2005?
No.
Do you have any personal knowledge of when that report was made, actually written?
No.
Do you have any personal knowledge as to when that report came to be in the case file of the Osceola Police Department?
No.
The Osceola Police Department case file, on this case, how large is that?
You mean a number of pages or?
However, whatever description you want to give us that describes how big it is.
There's 3 or 4 folders.
Okay.
There's maybe search information.
When you say folders, do you mean these little skinny folders?
Yes.
Okay. And you say you only have 3 or 4 of these?
Maybe 5.
Okay. Everything that you recall receiving, was that turned over to the GBI?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Follow up. Yes, as you sit here today, sir, is there a report in the Osceola Police Department's file indicating a report of a burned body in Fitzgerald Farms from November of 2005?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
No further questions.
All right, Chief, thank you for your testimony, sir. You're welcome to stay, go, whatever you'd like to do, you'll be released at this time.
Thank you.
But hang on just a second. Please don't discuss the testimony you've given here to this jury today with any other witness in the case until the case is completed, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me see the lawyers up here. We're going to call it a day. The next witness might take a little while, so I don't want to run us past 5 too long. Your pads, please leave them in your chairs. Just turn them over if you want to. Nobody will bother them. Let me caution you again now before we break. Don't discuss this case with anybody. Don't allow anybody to discuss this case with you. If anybody approaches you and tries to talk to you about the case, please tell them you're serving on the jury and you cannot discuss it, and if you'll report that to us in the morning, I would appreciate it. Don't watch any news coverage, anything like that. Get on your computer and see what this attention's been drawn today, okay? Y'all have any questions? Back at the same pickup spot in the morning, about, 8:30, 8:40, something like that, so y'all can get here and we'll start at 9 o'clock in the morning. Y'all have a great night. Let's everybody remain in place while the jury leaves the courthouse. Thank y'all. Yeah, if you got anything in the jury room now, don't forget it. Close the doors. All right, anything from the state we need to take up before we adjourn?
No, Your Honor.
The defense? Those of you in the audience, thank you very much. Y'all did exactly what I asked you to do as far as not being distracting or making noises. And that makes it a lot easier for me and, of course, less distracting for the jury. So thank y'all very much. We'll be adjourned till 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you. Have a good night.